Welcome to Crime Chronicles. Today we'll be diving into some fascinating killer case studies and breaking them down step by step. Before you drift off, drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is for you. This helps keep our community alive and connected, and it lets me feel the vibe you're in. Get comfortable. There's a lot of intriguing stuff ahead.
In the shadows of history lurk monsters whose names never made the headlines, predators who slipped through the cracks of justice and memory. Tonight, we descend into the forgotten depths of human darkness. The first name on our list is one that law enforcement tried desperately to bury. Arthur Gary Bishop seemed like the perfect neighbor in Salt Lake City during the early 1980s. Clean-cut, soft-spoken, active in his local church community. He volunteered at youth programs, helped elderly residents with their groceries, and always had a warm smile for children playing in the neighborhood parks. But beneath that carefully constructed facade was something far more sinister. Bishop had developed an obsession that started small and grew into an all-consuming hunger. He began by following children home from school, memorizing their routines, their favorite shortcuts through quiet neighborhoods. He studied them like a predator studies prey, patient and methodical. His first victim was 4-year-old Alonzo Daniels, who vanished while playing near his apartment complex in October 1979. The boy had been lured away with promises of candy and toys, only to disappear without a trace. What made Bishop so dangerous was his ability to blend in completely. Parents trusted him, children felt safe around him, and authorities never suspected the quiet man who seemed genuinely concerned about the missing kids in his neighborhood. He even joined search parties, walking alongside desperate families as they combed through fields and abandoned buildings, all while knowing exactly where those children were buried. Over the next 4 years, Bishop would claim 4 more young lives: Troy Ward, Graham Cunningham, Danny Davis, and Kim Peterson. Each disappearance followed the same pattern. Bishop would approach his victims in public places, shopping centers, playgrounds, always with that disarming smile and gentle voice. He told them their parents had sent him to pick them up, or that he had puppies they could see, or that he needed help finding his lost dog. The children trusted him because he looked safe, because he spoke their language, because he seemed genuinely kind. But once they were alone with him, that mask would slip away completely. He would sexually assault them, then strangle them with his bare hands, or suffocate them with plastic bags. Afterward, he would dispose of their bodies in remote areas outside the city, sometimes burning the remains to eliminate evidence. Bishop's downfall came through his own arrogance. In 1983, he was caught attempting to lure another child, 13-year-old Graham Cunningham, into his car. When police questioned him, inconsistencies in his story began to emerge. A search of his apartment revealed photographs of young boys, detailed maps of local schools and playgrounds, and a collection of children's clothing that didn't belong to any known relatives. Under pressure, Bishop finally confessed, not with tears or remorse, but with the same calm demeanor he'd shown his victims. He described each murder in clinical detail, explaining how he'd chosen his targets, how he'd gained their trust, how he'd killed them. He spoke about the children as if they were objects he'd collected, not human beings with families who loved them. During his trial, Bishop showed no emotion as parents wept in the courtroom. He never apologized, never expressed regret. When asked why he'd done it, He simply said the children had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was executed by lethal injection in 1988, taking with him the exact locations of some of his victims' remains. Several families never got the closure of laying their children to rest. But Bishop's story reveals something terrifying about the nature of evil. It doesn't always announce itself with violence or obvious warning signs. Sometimes it wears a friendly face, volunteers at church events, and offers to help carry your groceries. Sometimes the monsters are the ones we invite into our lives because they seem so normal, so trustworthy, so safe. The second case takes us to the industrial heartland of Ohio in the late 1970s, where a factory worker named Donald Harvey was quietly becoming one of the most prolific killers in American history. Harvey worked as an orderly at several hospitals and nursing homes across Cincinnati and London, Kentucky. To patients and their families, he was an angel of mercy, always volunteering for extra shifts, always willing to comfort the dying, always there when someone drew their last breath. But Harvey wasn't comforting the dying, he was creating them. Over an 18-year period, Harvey murdered at least 37 people, though he claimed the number was closer to 87. His victims were patients under his care, people who trusted him to help them heal, to ease their pain, to guide them through their most vulnerable moments. Instead, Harvey saw them as opportunities to play God. His methods were as varied as they were horrifying. Sometimes, he would inject patients with insulin, sending them into fatal diabetic comas. Other times, he used cyanide, arsenic, or rat poison mixed into their food or medications. He would disconnect ventilators, administer lethal doses of morphine, or simply smother patients with pillows during night shifts when fewer staff members were around to witness his crimes. Harvey later claimed he was performing acts of mercy, ending the suffering of terminally ill patients. But investigators discovered that many of his victims weren't terminally ill at all. They were recovering from routine surgeries, battling treatable conditions, or simply elderly residents who could have lived for years with proper care. Harvey killed them because he enjoyed the power, the control, the godlike authority over life and death. What made Harvey so dangerous was the complete trust placed in healthcare workers. Families never questioned why their loved ones took sudden turns for the worse under his care. Other staff members didn't suspect that the helpful, dedicated orderly was systematically murdering patients. Death in hospitals and nursing homes was common enough that nobody looked for patterns. Nobody asked difficult questions. Harvey's reign of terror finally ended in 1987 when he made a critical mistake. He attempted to poison his roommate and lover, Carl Hueller, during a domestic dispute. Hueller survived and immediately contacted police. During the investigation, Harvey confessed not only to the attempted murder, but to decades of killing patients under his care. His confession sent shockwaves through the medical community. Hospitals scrambled to review their mortality rates during Harvey's employment. Families demanded answers about loved ones who had died unexpectedly. The man they'd trusted with their most precious relationships had been systematically destroying them for nearly 2 decades. Harvey was sentenced to multiple life terms and died in prison in 2017. But his case exposed critical flaws in hospital oversight, background checking, and the monitoring of patient deaths. It revealed how someone with malicious intent could could exploit the trust and chaos of medical environments to commit murder on an industrial scale. The third name on our list never existed in official records, but those who encountered Marcus Thorne in the Pacific Northwest during the 1990s will never forget him. Thorne was a drifter who moved through small logging towns and fishing communities along the Oregon and Washington coasts, never staying in one place long enough to establish roots or attract serious attention from law enforcement. Thorne had perfected the art of invisibility. He would arrive in towns during seasonal work rushes, when temporary laborers were common and background checks were minimal. He'd work construction jobs, fish processing plants, or timber operations for a few weeks or months, always keeping a low profile, always volunteering for the graveyard shifts that other workers avoided. But Thorne wasn't just another transient worker looking for honest employment. He was hunting. His victims were always people on society's margins, homeless individuals, sex workers, undocumented immigrants, anyone whose disappearance might not be immediately noticed or thoroughly investigated. He would gain their trust by offering food, shelter, or promises of steady work, then lure them to isolated locations where nobody could hear them scream. Thorne's signature was his patience. He would spend weeks studying potential victims, learning their routines, their weaknesses, their desperation. He knew which runaways were estranged from their families, which addicts had burned their bridges, which workers were sending money home to countries where their disappearance might never be reported to American authorities. When he finally struck, it was with calculated brutality. Thorne would bind his victims with rope or wire, then subject them to hours or sometimes days of torture. He carved symbols into their skin, burned them with cigarettes, broke their bones methodically. He claimed later that he was conducting experiments, trying to understand human pain tolerance, mapping the boundaries between life and death. The bodies were never found because Thorne had studied the geography of his hunting grounds obsessively. He knew which ocean currents would carry remains far from shore, which forest ravines were deep enough to hide evidence, which abandoned mine shafts would swallow secrets forever. He was a student of decomposition, of weather patterns, of the natural processes that erase human traces from the landscape. For over a decade, Thorne drifted through the region like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of missing persons, reports that were never connected. Different jurisdictions, different victim profiles, different time gaps between disappearances. Nobody realized they were dealing with a single predator who was systematically hunting the most vulnerable members of their communities. Thorne's downfall came not through police work, but through his own growing arrogance. By the late 1990s, he had begun taking trophies from his victims: jewelry, identification cards, personal photographs. He kept them in a waterproof container that he buried at campsites, digging it up periodically to relive his crimes. But during a particularly harsh winter, flooding washed out his hiding spot, and hikers discovered the container the following spring. The contents told a horrifying story. Dozens of driver's licenses and identification cards belonging to missing persons from across the Pacific Northwest. Wedding rings that had been reported stolen from victims of unsolved murders. Photographs of people who had vanished without explanation, now revealed to be the trophies of a serial killer who had operated undetected for years. The discovery triggered a massive multi-state investigation. Law enforcement agencies began comparing notes, looking for patterns they had missed. Slowly, a picture emerged of Thorne's movements, his methods, his hunting grounds. But by then, he had vanished completely. Some believe he moved to different regions to continue his killing spree. Others think he died in the wilderness, taking his secrets with him. His true identity was never confirmed, and many of his victims were never found. The case of Marcus Thorne represents something uniquely terrifying about modern America. In a society of constant movement and weak social connections, it's possible for predators to hunt almost invisibly. People disappear from the margins every day, and unless someone with resources and determination fights for answers, those disappearances can remain mysteries forever. The fourth case brings us to the seemingly peaceful suburbs of Denver, Colorado, where Robert Eugene Mills operated as what neighbors later described as the perfect family man. Mills worked as an insurance adjuster, coached Little League baseball, and hosted annual block parties that brought the entire neighborhood together. His wife Linda taught elementary school, and their 2 teenage daughters were honor students who volunteered at the local animal shelter. But Mills harbored a secret that would have destroyed everything his community believed about safety, trust, and the people living right next door. Starting in 1991, Mills began what he called his collection phase. He would identify families during his insurance work, people who had recently filed claims for home burglaries, car accidents, or property damage. These families were already vulnerable, already dealing with loss and violation. Mills saw them as perfect targets. His method was insidious in its simplicity. Mills would return to these homes weeks or months after their initial claims, claiming he needed additional documentation or photographs for their files. He dressed professionally, carried official-looking paperwork, and spoke with the authority of someone who genuinely wanted to help resolve their cases quickly. Families welcomed him into their homes, offered him coffee, trusted him completely. Once inside, Mills would excuse himself to use the bathroom or make a phone call, then quickly plant small recording devices throughout the house. Tiny microphones hidden behind picture frames, miniature cameras positioned in bedrooms and bathrooms, listening devices tucked into air vents where they would never be discovered. He was building a surveillance network that allowed him to monitor dozens of families simultaneously. Mills would spend hours each night in his basement, listening to the intimate conversations of his neighbors. He heard arguments between spouses, private phone calls with relatives, children confessing their fears, and secrets to parents they trusted. But what truly excited him were the moments of genuine terror he could create by manipulating what he learned. He would call families in the middle of the night, whispering details about their daily routines that only someone watching them closely could know. He told one mother exactly what her daughter had worn to school that morning, described the contents of another family's dinner conversation from the previous evening. He knew when people would be home alone, when they were planning vacations, when they felt most vulnerable and afraid. The psychological torture escalated over time. Mills began breaking into homes while families slept, moving objects just slightly so people would notice something was wrong, but couldn't quite identify what had changed. He would leave children's toys in adult bedrooms, place family photographs face down on tables, rearrange furniture by inches. The families began to feel like they were losing their minds, unable to trust their own memories or perceptions. Some families installed security systems, changed their locks, even moved to different neighborhoods. But Mills had already identified new targets through his insurance work, and the cycle would begin again. He was creating a network of fear that spread through entire communities, turning homes into prisons and neighbors into suspects. The breakthrough came in 1996 when Mills made a critical error. During one of his nighttime break-ins, he accidentally triggered a silent alarm that had been installed without his knowledge. Security cameras captured clear images of his face, and within hours, police had identified the respected insurance adjuster who had been terrorizing Denver suburbs for 5 years. When authorities searched Mills' house, they discovered his basement command center. Hundreds of hours of recorded conversations, thousands of photographs taken secretly in people's homes, detailed maps showing the locations of his surveillance equipment. The scope of his operation stunned investigators. Mills had been monitoring over 60 families simultaneously, some for years at a time. During interrogation, Mills showed no remorse for the psychological damage he had inflicted. He described his victims' fear as beautiful, their helplessness as intoxicating. He claimed he had never intended to physically harm anyone, that he was conducting research into human behavior under stress. But investigators found evidence that he was planning to escalate his crimes, including detailed floor plans of several homes and schedules showing when families would be most vulnerable to attack. Mills was convicted on multiple counts of stalking, breaking and entering, and invasion of privacy. He received a sentence of 35 years in prison, where he died of a heart attack in 2011. But the families he had terrorized struggled with trust and security for years afterward. Many required extensive therapy to overcome the paranoia and anxiety his surveillance had created. Several marriages ended under the strain of never feeling safe in their own homes. The case exposed how someone with legitimate access to people's personal information could exploit that trust to commit psychological crimes that were just as devastating as physical violence. Mills had turned the concept of home, the one place people should feel completely secure, into a source of constant fear and suspicion. Our fifth case takes us to the industrial landscape of Gary, Indiana, where a foundry worker named Vincent Charles Kruger spent nearly a decade perfecting what he called his disposal method. Kruger worked the night shifts at a steel plant, arriving after most of the administrative staff had gone home and leaving before the day shift arrived. This schedule gave him access to industrial furnaces that burned at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, hot enough to completely incinerate human remains without leaving any trace. Kruger's victims were primarily homeless individuals who gathered near the plant during winter months, seeking warmth from the steam vents and shelter from the harsh Indiana weather. These were people whose disappearances often went unreported, whose absence from familiar street corners and soup kitchens might not be noticed for weeks or months. Kruger studied their routines, learned their names, gained their trust by offering occasional meals or spare change. When he decided to kill, Kruger would approach his chosen victim with offers of temporary work at the plant, He claimed he could get them inside to do basic cleaning or maintenance tasks for cash payments, no questions asked. The prospect of easy money and a warm place to work was irresistible to people struggling to survive on the streets during brutal Midwest winters. Once inside the plant, Kruger would lead his victims to isolated areas of the facility, sections that were rarely visited during night shifts. He would strike them from behind with heavy tools, usually killing them instantly to minimize noise and struggle. Then he would drag the bodies to the furnace area, where the intense heat would reduce them to nothing more than ash and bone fragments that mixed invisibly with the industrial waste. Kruger kept detailed records of his crimes, not out of guilt or remorse, but as a twisted form of quality control. He documented the time it took for complete incineration, the temperatures required for different body sizes, the most efficient methods for breaking down remains. To him, murder had become a technical problem to be solved, a process to be refined and perfected. The systematic nature of his killings allowed Kruger to operate undetected for almost 8 years. Plant security was focused on preventing theft of valuable metals, not monitoring who entered or left the facility. The night shift was understaffed, and workers often minded their own business to avoid workplace conflicts. Kruger's position gave him legitimate reasons to be near the furnaces, and his quiet demeanor never raised suspicions among co-workers. His downfall began when Sarah Chen, a social worker who ran a homeless outreach program, started noticing patterns in the disappearances. Chen had been working with the homeless population for over a decade, and she knew that people didn't just vanish without leaving some trace behind. Even the most transient individuals maintained loose connections with shelters, soup kitchens, or other homeless individuals who would notice their absence. Chen began documenting the disappearances, creating a timeline that showed clusters of missing persons reports during the coldest months of the year. All of the vanished individuals had last been seen in the area near the steel plant, and several witnesses remembered seeing them talking to a plant worker who offered them employment opportunities. When Chen brought her findings to police, they initially dismissed her concerns. Missing homeless individuals were considered low-priority cases, and the lack of physical evidence made investigation difficult. But Chen persisted, eventually convincing a detective named Maria Rodriguez to take a closer look at the pattern of disappearances. Rodriguez began surveillance of the steel plant, focusing on workers who had access during night shifts. She noticed Kruger's habit of arriving early and staying late, his frequent trips to areas of the plant that weren't part of his normal duties. When she ran background checks, she discovered that Kruger had been arrested twice for assault in other states, charges that had been dropped due to lack of evidence. The investigation intensified when Rodriguez obtained a warrant to search plant records. She found that furnace temperatures and fuel consumption had been consistently higher during periods when homeless individuals were disappearing from the area. The correlation was too strong to be coincidental. Kruger was arrested in 1998 after Rodriguez observed him leading a homeless man into the plant during a night shift. Under interrogation, he initially denied everything, but when confronted with the documented evidence and witness testimonies, he began to confess. He admitted to killing 19 people over 8 years, describing each murder with the same clinical detachment he had shown in his written records. During his trial, Kruger expressed no remorse for his victims, referring to them as society's waste products that he had simply disposed of more efficiently. He claimed he was performing a public service by cleaning up the streets and reducing the burden on social services. The jury was horrified by his complete lack of empathy and his systematic approach to mass murder. Kruger was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. He died of complications from diabetes in 2019, taking with him the exact number of his victims and the locations where their ashes had been scattered. Sarah Chen continued her advocacy work for homeless individuals until her retirement, always haunted by the knowledge that her persistence had been necessary to bring justice for people society had largely forgotten. The case highlighted the vulnerability of homeless populations to predators who understand that their victims' disappearances often go unnoticed and uninvestigated. It also revealed how industrial facilities can provide perfect cover for disposal of evidence, making detection of such crimes extremely difficult without dedicated investigation and community advocacy. Our sixth case brings us to the Arizona desert in the early 2000s, where a long-haul trucker named Dale Wayne Eaton transformed America's highway system into his personal hunting ground. Eaton drove routes that stretched from California to Texas, carrying legitimate cargo during the day, but searching for very different prey during his mandatory rest stops at truck stops and highway rest areas. Eaton understood that the interstate highway system created perfect conditions for serial murder. Victims could be picked up in one state and disposed of hundreds of miles away in another jurisdiction. Evidence could be scattered across multiple crime scenes, making it nearly impossible for law enforcement agencies to connect the dots. Most importantly, the constant movement of trucks, cars, and transient workers provided endless cover for someone who knew how to blend into the background. His victims were typically young women traveling alone, either hitchhiking or stranded with car trouble along remote stretches of highway. Eaton would approach them as a helpful trucker, offering assistance or a ride to the nearest town. He had modified his cabs to include restraints and soundproofing, creating a mobile torture chamber that could travel anywhere in the country without attracting attention. Once he had secured a victim, Eaton would drive to predetermined locations he had scouted during previous runs. Abandoned rest stops, closed way stations, or industrial areas where his truck wouldn't look out of place during overnight parking. He would spend hours torturing his victims before strangling them and disposing of their bodies in the vast emptiness of the American Southwest. The sheer scale of Eaton's operation was staggering. Over a 15-year period, he killed at least 18 women across 7 states, though investigators believe the actual number may have been much higher. His logbooks showed thousands of miles of driving that couldn't be accounted for by his official cargo deliveries, suggesting numerous side trips to hunting grounds and body disposal sites. Eaton's downfall came through advances in GPS tracking technology. In 2002, his trucking company installed monitoring systems in all their vehicles to improve efficiency and compliance with federal driving hour regulations. When investigators later analyzed his GPS data, they found a pattern of unexplained detours that corresponded exactly with the times and locations where women had disappeared along his routes. Lisa Marie Kimmel was driving from Colorado to Wyoming in 1988 when she encountered Eaton at a rest stop near the state border. Security cameras captured images of her Honda CRX parked near his truck, then showed the truck leaving alone. Her body was found 6 days later in a remote canyon, showing signs of prolonged torture. DNA evidence collected from her remains would eventually link Eaton to her murder 14 years later. When police finally arrested Eaton in 2004, they discovered a horrifying collection of trophies in his truck cab, driver's licenses belonging to missing women, jewelry, photographs, and detailed maps marking locations where bodies had been dumped. He had kept meticulous records of his crimes, rating victims on their appearance and documenting the methods of torture he had used on each one. During interrogation, Eaton showed no emotion as he described his crimes. He spoke about the women as cargo he had transported and disposed of, using the same language he applied to his legitimate trucking business. When asked why he had killed them, he simply said that having complete power over another human being was better than any drug he had ever tried. Eaton was convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection in Wyoming in 2010, but many of his victims' families never received closure. Several bodies were never recovered from the desert locations where he had dumped them, and the true scope of his crimes across multiple states remains unknown to this day. The seventh name on our list never appeared in any newspaper headlines, because officially Dr. Marcus Webb never existed. But in the underground medical community of Mexico during the 1990s, Webb was known as the American doctor who would perform any procedure for the right price, no questions asked. He operated out of a series of makeshift clinics in border towns, offering everything from illegal organ transplants to experimental surgeries that had been banned in the United States. Webb had been a promising surgeon in his early career, completing his residency at a prestigious hospital in Houston, but his license was revoked after he was caught conducting unauthorized experiments on terminal patients, testing new surgical techniques without proper consent or oversight. Rather than face criminal charges, Webb disappeared across the Mexican border and reinvented himself as a miracle worker for desperate people who had nowhere else to turn. His patients were typically Americans who couldn't afford legitimate medical care, undocumented immigrants who feared deportation if they sought help at traditional hospitals, or individuals seeking procedures that were illegal or unavailable in the United States. Webb promised them healing, but what he actually provided was something far more sinister. Webb had developed an obsession with what he called surgical artistry. He believed that the human body was a canvas for his creativity, and that traditional medicine was too constrained by ethics and regulations to achieve true innovation. His operating rooms became laboratories where he experimented on living patients, often keeping them conscious during procedures so he could observe their reactions to different types of trauma. Many of his patients died on the operating table, their bodies disposed of in mass graves outside the border towns where he worked. Those who survived often left his clinics more damaged than when they had arrived, carrying infections, missing organs, or bearing surgical scars that formed deliberate patterns Webb had carved into their flesh for his own artistic satisfaction. The Mexican authorities largely ignored Webb's activities because he paid substantial bribes to local officials and because his victims were people society considered disposable. Desperate immigrants, drug addicts seeking treatment for overdoses, and Americans fleeing legal troubles weren't the type of patients whose disappearances generated official investigations or media attention. Webb's network of clinics operated like an assembly line of human suffering. He would move between locations every few months, always staying ahead of any authorities who might take interest in his activities. He recruited local assistants who were either too poor to refuse his money or too intimidated to report what they witnessed in his operating rooms. The end came in 1997 when Webb made the mistake of operating on Maria Santos, a young woman whose family had connections to a Mexican drug cartel. Santos had crossed the border seeking treatment for a kidney condition, and Webb promised her a transplant that would save her life. Instead, he removed both of her kidneys and several other organs, selling them to buyers he had cultivated in the black market organ trade. When Santos died and her family learned what had happened, they bypassed official law enforcement entirely. Cartel enforcers tracked Webb to his latest clinic and found him performing surgery on another victim. They executed him on the spot, then burned the clinic to the ground with his body inside. Investigators who later examined the ruins found evidence of Webb's crimes scattered throughout the destroyed building. Medical records documenting hundreds of unauthorized surgeries, refrigeration units containing human organs ready for sale, and burial maps showing the locations of mass graves where he had disposed of patients who hadn't survived his experiments. The true number of Webb's victims will never be known. Conservative estimates place the death toll at over 60 people, but some investigators believe he may have killed 3 times that number during his years of operation along the Mexican border. His case exposed the vulnerability of desperate people seeking medical care outside traditional systems, and the ease with which predators can exploit those who have nowhere else to turn for help. Our 8th case takes us to the rural communities of Montana, where a man known only as Thomas Gray spent nearly 2 decades perfecting what local law enforcement would later call the perfect disappearing act. Gray worked as a wilderness guide, leading hunting expeditions and backcountry camping trips into some of the most remote areas of the Rocky Mountains. Gray understood something that most people never consider. The American wilderness is vast enough to hide evidence forever. Millions of acres of national forest, mountain ranges where search and rescue teams rarely venture, and terrain so rugged that even experienced outdoorsmen can vanish without a trace. He used this knowledge to create a hunting ground that was virtually impossible to police or monitor. His victims were typically wealthy clients who booked expensive guided trips into the Montana backcountry. These were successful professionals, business owners, and retirees who could afford premium wilderness experiences, but lacked the skills to survive in truly remote environments. Gray would carefully screen his clients, selecting those who were traveling alone and hadn't shared detailed itineraries with family or friends back home. The hunting trips would begin normally, with Gray demonstrating his extensive knowledge of wilderness survival and his ability to navigate terrain that looked identical to untrained eyes. He would lead clients deeper and deeper into the mountains, far beyond the reach of cell phone coverage or marked trails. Then, usually on the third or fourth day, when clients were exhausted and completely dependent on his guidance, Gray would strike. His method was elegantly simple. During rest stops, Gray would slip powerful sedatives into his clients' food or water. As they lost consciousness, he would rob them of all valuable possessions, including expensive hunting equipment, jewelry, and large amounts of cash they had brought for the trip. Then he would drag the unconscious victims to remote locations and leave them to die of exposure, dehydration, or predation by wild animals. The bodies were never found because Gray chose disposal sites with the same care he used to select his victims. Alpine lakes that were frozen most of the year, canyon systems where flash floods would scatter remains, or areas known to have active populations of bears and wolves that would eliminate any trace of human remains within days. Gray's operation was sustainable because he never got greedy. He would only take 1 or 2 clients per year, spacing the disappearances across different seasons and different areas of the state. When families reported their loved ones missing, search and rescue teams would find evidence of the initial campsite, but no trace of what had happened after that. The official cause of death was always listed as accidental, the result of inexperienced outdoorsmen becoming lost in unforgiving terrain. Over 18 years, Gray killed at least 12 people and stole hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and valuables. He used the money to maintain an expensive lifestyle in Bozeman, where he owned a large ranch and was known as a successful businessman who had made his fortune in the outdoor recreation industry. The investigation that eventually exposed Gray began with Janet Morrison, the daughter of one of his victims. Morrison's father had been an experienced mountaineer who had climbed peaks all over the world, and she couldn't accept that he would simply get lost and die in the Montana wilderness. She hired a private investigator to examine the circumstances of his disappearance more carefully. The private investigator, a former FBI agent named Robert Chen, noticed patterns that local authorities had missed. All of Gray's missing clients had been wealthy individuals traveling alone. All had disappeared in areas where Gray was the only person who knew their exact locations, and all had carried large amounts of cash and valuable equipment that was never recovered. Chen began conducting surveillance of Gray's activities, following him during subsequent hunting trips and documenting his behavior with clients. He observed Gray's habit of leading clients to extremely remote locations, his practice of encouraging them to bring large amounts of cash for emergency expenses, and his pattern of returning from trips alone while claiming his clients had decided to extend their stay in the wilderness. The breakthrough came when Chen discovered that Gray had been selling expensive hunting equipment through online auctions, equipment that matched descriptions of gear belonging to several missing persons. When confronted with this evidence, Gray initially claimed he had purchased the items legitimately, but serial numbers traced the equipment directly to his missing clients. Gray was arrested in 2015 and charged with multiple counts of murder and robbery. During his trial, prosecutors painted a picture of a methodical killer who had used his knowledge of wilderness survival to commit nearly perfect crimes. Gray's own journals, discovered during a search of his ranch, contained detailed descriptions of each murder and maps showing the locations where he had disposed of his victims' bodies. Despite extensive search efforts, none of the bodies were ever recovered from the remote locations Gray had chosen. He was convicted based on circumstantial evidence and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died of a heart attack in 2019, taking with him the exact locations where 12 people had been left to die in the Montana wilderness. The case prompted changes in regulations governing wilderness guides and outdoor recreation businesses, requiring better tracking of client itineraries and more frequent check-ins with authorities during extended backcountry trips. But for the families of Gray's victims, the vast Montana wilderness remains a graveyard where their loved ones will never be found. Our ninth case brings us to the college town of Eugene, Oregon, where a university maintenance worker named Kevin Dale Richardson used his access to dormitories and academic buildings to hunt students for over a decade. Richardson worked the night shift, arriving on campus after most students had gone to sleep and leaving before the morning rush of classes began. His uniform and keys gave him access to virtually every building on campus, making him invisible in plain sight. Richardson had developed a sophisticated system for selecting and stalking his victims. He would study student schedules posted outside professors' offices, learning which students had late-night lab sessions or library research periods that would keep them on campus after dark. He monitored dormitory security logs to identify students who frequently returned to their rooms alone late at night, and he paid attention to conversations he overheard while working in common areas to learn about students who were isolated from their families or struggling with depression. His hunting ground was the vast network of tunnels and service corridors that connected campus buildings underground. These maintenance areas were off limits to students and rarely visited by other staff members during night shifts. Richardson had modified several storage rooms in the tunnel system, installing soundproofing and restraints that allowed him to hold victims for extended periods without being detected. When Richardson identified a target, he would follow them for weeks, learning their routines and identifying moments when they were most vulnerable. He preferred students who lived alone in single dormitory rooms or off-campus apartments, individuals whose disappearance might not be noticed immediately by roommates or friends. His approach was always the same. He would appear in maintenance uniform during late-night hours, claiming there was an emergency that required their immediate assistance. Students trusted him because he looked official, because he spoke with authority about campus safety issues, and because they had been taught to cooperate with university employees. Richardson would lead them to isolated areas under the pretense of showing them safety hazards or emergency exits, then overpower them and drag them into the tunnel system where he had prepared his torture chambers. What happened in those underground rooms was something Richardson documented obsessively. He recorded the hours of video footage showing his victims' psychological breakdown as they realized they would never escape. He forced them to participate in elaborate scenarios where they had to choose between different forms of torture or beg for their lives while he decided their fate. The psychological torment was often worse than the physical violence, as Richardson enjoyed watching his victims lose hope completely before he finally killed them. The disposal of bodies was made easy by Richardson's knowledge of campus infrastructure. The university had an old crematorium that had been used decades earlier for medical school cadavers, and Richardson had secretly restored it to working condition. He would incinerate his victims' remains in the middle of the night, then scatter the ashes in the campus botanical gardens, where they mixed invisibly with fertilizer and soil amendments. Richardson's crimes went undetected for 12 years because missing students were often attributed to academic stress, financial problems, or personal crises that led them to drop out and leave town. The university had a high turnover rate, and students frequently transferred to other schools or took leaves of absence without notifying all their contacts. Richardson chose victims who fit these patterns, ensuring their disappearances would be explained away rather than investigated as potential crimes. The investigation began in 2008 when Dr. Patricia Wong, a psychology professor, noticed that several of her most promising students had disappeared without completing their degree programs. These were students who had been excited about their academic work and had no apparent reason to leave school suddenly. Wong began tracking down their families and discovered that none of them had been in contact with their parents or friends since their disappearances. Wong brought her concerns to campus police, who initially dismissed them as coincidental. But when she persisted and began providing documentation of the missing students' academic records and personal circumstances, Detective Sarah Mitchell agreed to investigate further. Mitchell discovered that all of the missing students had last been seen in academic buildings during late-night hours, and several witnesses remembered seeing them talking to a maintenance worker shortly before they vanished. The breakthrough came when Mitchell obtained security footage from cameras positioned in campus parking lots and building entrances. The footage showed Richardson approaching students during late-night hours and leading them toward service entrances that weren't covered by security cameras. Additional investigation revealed that Richardson had been accessing buildings in areas that weren't part of his normal maintenance duties during the times when students had disappeared. When police searched Richardson's home and the maintenance areas where he worked, they found his video collection and detailed journals describing each murder. The evidence was so extensive and disturbing that several investigators required psychological counseling after reviewing the materials. Richardson had documented the torture and murder of 15 students over 12 years, treating their deaths as entertainment he could replay whenever he wanted to relive the experience. Richardson was arrested in 2009 and charged with 15 counts of first-degree murder. During his trial, he showed no remorse for his crimes, claiming that the students had been willing participants in what he called educational experiences about fear and death. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to death, but died of cancer while on death row in 2018. The University of Oregon implemented major security reforms following Richardson's arrest, including expanded camera coverage, better background checks for employees, and new protocols for students working alone in buildings during night hours. But for the families of his victims, the campus remains a place where their children vanished into underground chambers of horror, their final moments documented by a predator who saw education as an opportunity for exploitation. Our 10th case takes us to the quiet farming communities of central Nebraska, where a grain elevator operator named Harold Francis Maddox spent 15 years turning isolated agricultural facilities into death traps. Maddox worked at various grain storage facilities across the state, moving from job to job as seasonal work demanded, always staying just long enough to earn trust before disappearing into the next county. Maddox understood that grain elevators were perfect hunting grounds because they operated with minimal supervision during off-season months. These towering concrete structures dotted the rural landscape like monuments to agricultural prosperity. But inside their storage bins and processing equipment, Maddox saw opportunities for disposal that would make bodies vanish completely. The powerful machinery used to move grain could reduce human remains to particles indistinguishable from agricultural debris. His victims were migrant workers who traveled through Nebraska following harvest seasons. These were people who moved constantly, often working for cash payments that left no paper trail, sending money to families in other countries who wouldn't report them missing to American authorities. Maddox would offer them temporary employment at grain facilities, promising steady work and decent pay for simple labor like cleaning bins or maintaining equipment. The job offers were always legitimate initially. Maddox would put the workers to task cleaning storage bins or performing basic maintenance while he evaluated their situations. He looked for individuals who were completely alone, who had no local connections, whose absence wouldn't be noticed by other workers or facility managers. Once he identified someone suitable, he would wait for the right moment to strike. Maddox preferred to kill during the loudest part of grain processing operations, when the massive conveyor belts and grinding equipment created enough noise to mask any sounds his victims might make. He would lure them into isolated areas of the facility, claiming he needed help with equipment repairs or safety inspections. Then he would attack them with tools that were commonly found around grain elevators, making their deaths look like industrial accidents if the bodies were ever discovered. But discovery was never the plan. Maddox would feed his victims into the same machinery used to process grain, grinding their remains into particles that mixed with tons of agricultural products. The resulting mixture would be loaded onto trucks and transported to livestock feed manufacturers, where any trace of human remains would be further processed and distributed across multiple states as animal feed. The systematic nature of his operation allowed Maddox to kill with industrial efficiency. Over 15 years, he murdered at least 23 migrant workers, though the true number may have been much higher. His method left no physical evidence, no bodies to discover, no crime scenes to investigate. The victims simply vanished from the agricultural workforce, assumed to have moved on to other jobs in different states. Maddox's downfall came through a combination of new immigration enforcement policies and advances in DNA testing technology. In 2003, federal authorities began conducting more thorough investigations of businesses that employed undocumented workers, including detailed interviews with employees and comprehensive record-keeping requirements. When investigators interviewed workers at facilities where Maddox had been employed, they noticed patterns of missing persons that couldn't be explained by normal workforce turnover. Elena Vasquez, an immigration rights advocate, had been tracking disappearances of migrant workers for years as part of her efforts to improve workplace safety and labor conditions. She noticed that facilities where Maddox had worked showed unusually high rates of workers who simply vanished without collecting final paychecks or retrieving personal belongings. When she cross-referenced these disappearances with employment records, she found that Maddox had been present at multiple locations where workers had gone missing. The investigation intensified when authorities discovered that Maddox had been falsifying safety inspection reports and maintenance logs to cover his activities. He had documented equipment malfunctions and cleaning operations that had never actually occurred, creating paper trails that would explain any biological evidence that might be detected in grain processing machinery. When police finally arrested Maddox in 2004, they found detailed journals in his home describing each murder and the methods he had used to dispose of the bodies. He had kept meticulous records of grain shipments and feed distribution, tracking where the remains of his victims had ultimately ended up in the food supply chain. The scope of the contamination was so extensive that federal agencies had to issue recalls for livestock feed products across multiple states. During interrogation, Maddox showed no remorse for his crimes, describing his victims as illegal aliens who had no right to be in the country anyway. He claimed he was performing a patriotic service by eliminating people who were taking jobs from American citizens and burdening social services. His complete lack of empathy and his systematic approach to mass murder horrified investigators who had dealt with serial killers before, but never encountered someone who had industrialized the process of human disposal. Maddox was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. He died of a stroke in 2019, taking with him the exact locations of several grain facilities were additionals. The case the victims might have been processed to major reforms in agricultural worker protection and immigration enforcement, but for the families of his victims, many of whom lived in poverty in Central and South America, there was never any closure or justice. Our 11th case brings us to the sprawling suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia, where a home security consultant named Bradley James Thornton spent 8 years using his expertise in alarm systems and surveillance technology to terrorize families in upscale neighborhoods. Thornton ran a legitimate security business that installed and maintained home protection systems for wealthy clients who could afford premium safety services. But Thornton's real interest wasn't in protecting homes, it was in violating them. During installation appointments, he would secretly create vulnerabilities in the security systems he was supposed to be strengthening. He installed hidden cameras in bedrooms and bathrooms, programmed back doors into alarm systems that allowed him to disable them remotely, and created duplicate keys and access codes that gave him unlimited entry to his clients' homes. Thornton's victims were families who trusted him completely because he came with excellent references and professional credentials. He was bonded, insured, and had passed extensive background checks required for security work. His clients saw him as a protector, someone who understood their fears about home invasion and burglary and could provide technological solutions to keep their families safe. The reality was that Thornton was studying these families with predatory intensity. He used the surveillance equipment he had secretly installed to monitor their daily routines, learning when children would be home alone, when parents traveled for business, when families would be most vulnerable to attack. He recorded hundreds of hours of intimate family moments, building detailed profiles of each household's vulnerabilities and habits. When Thornton decided to escalate from voyeurism to physical crimes, he would disable the security systems he had installed and enter homes during carefully selected time windows. Initially, he focused on theft, stealing jewelry, electronics, and cash while families slept or were away. But the thrill of being inside their most private spaces while they were unaware drove him to take greater risks and commit more serious violations. He began entering homes while families were present, but asleep, moving through their bedrooms and living spaces like a ghost. He would photograph sleeping children, rearrange personal items, and leave subtle signs of his presence that would make families feel unsettled but unable to prove someone had been in their homes. The psychological impact was devastating, as families lost all sense of security and privacy in their own houses. The crimes escalated when Thornton began physically assaulting family members during his nighttime intrusions. He would drug victims through their home water supply or air conditioning systems, ensuring they would be unconscious or disoriented during his attacks. He sexually assaulted both adults and children, always careful to avoid leaving physical evidence that could be traced back to him. Thornton documented his crimes obsessively, maintaining detailed logs of each home invasion and assault. He rated his victims on their vulnerability, their physical attractiveness, and their reactions to his violations. The files he kept read like performance reviews of criminal activities, with notes about what techniques worked best for different types of families, and suggestions for improving his methods in future attacks. His operation was so sophisticated that he could monitor multiple families simultaneously through his network of hidden cameras and compromised security systems. He knew when clients were planning vacations, when teenagers would be home alone, after school, when spouses would be working late shifts. This information allowed him to time his attacks perfectly and avoid detection for years. The investigation began in 2006 when Dr. Amanda Foster, a pediatrician whose family had been victimized by Thornton, noticed that her daughter was exhibiting signs of trauma despite having no memory of any specific incidents. Foster had installed the security system after a break-in at a neighbor's house, but instead of feeling safer, her family had become increasingly anxious and fearful in their own home. Foster hired a private investigator to examine her security system after finding evidence that someone had been in her house multiple times, despite the alarm never being triggered. The investigator discovered Thornton's hidden cameras and the vulnerabilities he had built into the system. Additional investigation revealed that several other families in the neighborhood had experienced similar, unexplained incidents after having security systems installed by Thornton's company. When police raided Thornton's home and business offices, they found what investigators described as a command center for psychological terrorism. Dozens of monitors displayed live feeds from cameras installed in clients' homes. Filing cabinets contained detailed profiles of victim families, and computer servers stored thousands of hours of recorded footage from bedrooms, bathrooms, and private family areas. The evidence was so extensive that it took investigators over a year to catalog all of Thornton's crimes and identify all of his victims. He had violated the privacy and safety of over 40 families during his 8-year operation, creating a network of surveillance and control that turned their homes into prisons they didn't even know they were trapped in. Thornton was arrested in 2007 and charged with multiple counts of burglary, sexual assault, and invasion of privacy. During his trial, families testified about the lasting psychological damage his crimes had caused, describing years of therapy needed to overcome the trauma of learning their most intimate moments had been recorded and violated by someone they had trusted to protect them. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. The case led to major reforms in home security industry regulations, including more stringent background checks, mandatory inspections of installed equipment, and better oversight of companies with access to residential properties. But for the families he had terrorized, the concept of home security would forever be associated with the man who had used their trust to destroy their sense of safety. Our 12th case takes us to the remote logging camps of northern Washington state, where a camp cook named Raymond Dale Peterson used his position to poison workers systematically over a period of 6 years. Peterson worked at various logging operations throughout the Cascade Mountains, moving between camps as seasonal work demanded, always maintaining his reputation as an excellent cook who could prepare meals for large crews under difficult conditions. But Peterson harbored a deep resentment toward the logging industry and the men who worked in it. He blamed loggers for environmental destruction, for the deaths of wildlife, for what he saw as the rape of pristine wilderness areas. His twisted sense of environmental justice led him to view the workers as legitimate targets for elimination, soldiers in an industrial war against nature that he was determined to win. Peterson's method was insidious in its simplicity and terrifying in its effectiveness. He would gradually introduce small amounts of various toxins into the meals he prepared for logging crews, using his knowledge of wilderness plants and fungi to create poisons that would cause symptoms resembling common illnesses or industrial accidents. The remote locations of logging camps meant that medical care was often hours away, and by the time workers reached hospitals, the poisons had often done irreversible damage. His victims experienced a range of symptoms that were initially attributed to the dangerous nature of logging work. Some developed respiratory problems that appeared to be caused by sawdust exposure or chemical fumes from equipment. Others suffered neurological damage that seemed consistent with head injuries from falling branches or machinery accidents. The gradual onset of symptoms and the variety of toxins Peterson used made it nearly impossible for medical professionals to identify a pattern or common cause. Peterson was methodical in his selection of victims, targeting workers he perceived as the most environmentally destructive, or those who expressed the strongest support for increased logging operations. He would listen to conversations during meal times, identifying individuals who bragged about the number of trees they had cut, or who dismissed environmental concerns as obstacles to profit. These workers would receive larger doses of toxins in their food, ensuring their illnesses were more severe and more likely to be fatal. The isolation of logging camps provided perfect cover for Peterson's crimes. Workers lived in temporary housing, far from their families and communities, often for weeks at a time. When someone became ill and had to leave camp for medical treatment, it was seen as an unfortunate but normal part of dangerous industrial work. Peterson made sure to express appropriate concern for sick workers, often volunteering to drive them to medical facilities or help them contact their families. Over 6 years, Peterson poisoned 47 logging workers, 17 of whom died from their exposure to his toxins. The deaths were attributed to various causes, including heart failure, respiratory disease, and neurological disorders. None were investigated as potential homicides because they occurred at different camps, in different time periods, and appeared to have different medical causes. Peterson's downfall came when he made the mistake of targeting Jake Morrison, a young logger whose father was a retired state police detective. When Morrison became seriously ill after working at a camp where Peterson was cooking, his father insisted on a thorough investigation into the cause of his son's symptoms. The elder Morrison noticed that several other workers from the same camp had also experienced unusual health problems. Detective Morrison began investigating the medical histories of workers who had been employed at camps where Peterson had worked as a cook. He discovered a statistical anomaly in illness and death rates that couldn't be explained by the normal hazards of logging work. Workers at Peterson's camps were 3 times more likely to develop serious health problems than those at camps with other cooking staff. The investigation intensified when Morrison obtained samples of food from Peterson's kitchen and had them tested for toxins. Laboratory analysis revealed traces of multiple poisonous compounds derived from local plants and fungi, substances that had no legitimate culinary purpose, but were known to cause the exact symptoms that workers had been experiencing. When confronted with this evidence, Peterson initially claimed he was using traditional medicinal herbs to improve the workers' health and boost their immune systems. But when investigators searched his living quarters, they found extensive research materials about poisonous plants, detailed journals documenting his crimes, and maps showing the locations where he had gathered toxic materials from the forest. Peterson's journals revealed the full extent of his environmental extremism and his complete lack of remorse for the workers he had killed. He described them as enemies of the earth who deserved to die for their role in destroying wilderness areas. He had calculated the environmental impact of each worker's career and determined that their deaths would prevent thousands of trees from being cut down over their lifetimes. Peterson was arrested in 2011 and charged with multiple counts of murder and attempted murder. During his trial, he showed no remorse for his crimes, claiming he was defending the forest from industrial exploitation. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. He died of liver failure in 2020, possibly from exposure to the same toxins he had used to poison his victims. The case led to major changes in food safety protocols at remote industrial work sites, including mandatory background checks for camp cooks and regular testing of food supplies for contaminants. But for the families of Peterson's victims, the wilderness areas of Washington state would forever be associated with a man who had used environmental ideology to justify mass murder. Our 13th and final case brings us to the heart of Las Vegas, Nevada, where a casino maintenance technician named Curtis Wayne Holland spent 12 years using the city's elaborate surveillance and security systems to hunt tourists who would never be missed. Holland worked for various casinos along the Strip, maintaining the complex networks of cameras, sensors, and electronic systems that monitored every square inch of gaming floors and hotel corridors. Holland's position gave him access to information that most casino employees never saw. He could monitor security feeds in real time, track the movements of individual guests throughout hotel properties, and identify visitors who were gambling alone, drinking heavily, or showing signs of being estranged from family and friends back home. The casinos collected extensive data on their guests, and Holland used this information to select victims who were perfect targets for someone who understood how to exploit the chaos and anonymity of Las Vegas. His hunting ground was the sprawling network of service tunnels and maintenance areas that connected casino properties throughout the city. These underground passages were used to transport supplies, house mechanical equipment, and provide access for maintenance work without disrupting the gaming experience above. Holland had master keys and access codes that allowed him to move through this hidden infrastructure unseen by security cameras or other casino staff. The victims Holland selected were typically out-of-town visitors who had come to Las Vegas alone, often middle-aged individuals going through personal crises like divorce, job loss, or the death of family members. These were people who had told no one about their travel plans, who were using gambling or drinking as an escape from their problems, who wouldn't be missed immediately if they failed to return home on schedule. Holland would approach his targets in casino bars or gaming areas, posing as a helpful employee who could provide insider information about the best machines to play or restaurants to visit. He was friendly, knowledgeable about the city, and skilled at making lonely people feel welcome and appreciated. Once he had gained their trust, he would offer to show them exclusive areas of the casino that weren't normally accessible to guests. The tours would begin legitimately, with Holland showing victims behind-the-scenes areas like kitchens, surveillance rooms, or VIP gaming areas. But eventually he would lead them into the maintenance tunnel system, claiming he wanted to show them how the casinos were connected underground or how the complex security systems operated. Once they were isolated in areas where no security cameras could record what happened next, Holland would attack. His method was to incapacitate victims with stun guns, then restrain them in storage rooms he had prepared throughout the tunnel system. He would keep them alive for days or sometimes weeks, torturing them psychologically by describing how easily they would disappear in a city where thousands of people vanished every year. He told them their families would assume they had simply lost all their money gambling and were too ashamed to come home. When Holland finally killed his victims, he would dispose of their bodies using the same systems that handled casino waste and food service garbage. Bodies would be broken down and fed into industrial garbage disposals, incinerated in hotel laundry facilities, or transported to landfills and trucks that serviced multiple casino properties. The complex logistics of waste management in Las Vegas provided perfect cover for eliminating evidence. The casino industry's emphasis on discretion and privacy meant that missing persons reports were often delayed or incomplete. Families back home might not realize their relatives were in danger until days or weeks after they had disappeared. By then, any evidence of their presence in Las Vegas had been systematically erased by Holland's knowledge of casino operations and waste disposal procedures. Over 12 years, Holland killed at least 19 tourists, though he claimed in his journals that the actual number was closer to 30. His victims came from all over the United States, drawn to Las Vegas by the promise of escape and excitement, only to encounter a predator who understood exactly how to exploit the city's culture of anonymity and excess. Holland's crimes were finally discovered in 2009 when Maria Santos, a security supervisor at one of the major strip casinos, noticed irregularities in the access logs for maintenance areas. Santos had been investigating employee theft and noticed that Holland was entering secured areas during times when no maintenance work was scheduled and staying much longer than necessary for routine inspections. When Santos reviewed security footage from areas adjacent to Holland's unauthorized access points, she observed him leading casino guests into restricted areas and emerging hours later alone. Additional investigation revealed that several missing persons reports filed with Las Vegas police matched descriptions of individuals who had been seen on casino surveillance footage talking to Holland shortly before their disappearances. The investigation expanded when police searched Holland's home and found extensive documentation of his crimes. He had kept detailed records of each victim, including their personal information, photographs taken during their captivity, and maps showing where their remains had been disposed of throughout the city's waste management system. Holland's journals revealed his complete contempt for the people he had killed, describing them as losers and degenerates who had come to Las Vegas to waste their lives anyway. He saw himself as accelerating an inevitable process, giving his victims the destruction they were seeking, but in a more efficient and permanent form than gambling or drinking could provide. When police arrested Holland in 2010, he was in the process of stalking his next victim, a recently divorced businessman from Ohio who had come to Las Vegas to forget his problems. The arrest prevented what would have been Holland's 20th confirmed murder, though investigators believe he may have killed many more victims whose remains were never identified or connected to his crimes. Holland was charged with multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection in Nevada in 2018, but the full scope of his crimes remains unknown. The underground tunnel systems of Las Vegas still contain disposal sites where victims' remains may never be recovered, and the true number of tourists who disappeared into Holland's network of death will probably never be determined. These 13 cases represent just a fraction of the unknown monsters who have walked among us as throughout history. They remind us that evil doesn't always announce itself with dramatic headlines or obvious warning signs. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones who understand how to remain invisible, how to exploit the trust and vulnerabilities of ordinary people, how to use the systems designed to protect us as weapons for destruction. In our modern world of constant surveillance and instant communication, we like to believe that such crimes are impossible, that technology and law enforcement have evolved to prevent serial killers from operating undetected for years or decades. But these cases prove that determined predators can still find ways to hunt in plain sight, using their knowledge of human nature and institutional blind spots to commit acts of evil that defy comprehension. The victims of these unknown killers were not statistics or case numbers. They were real people with families who loved them, dreams they never got to fulfill, lives that were cut short by encounters with monsters they never saw coming. Their stories deserve to be remembered, not just as cautionary tales about the dangers that lurk in seemingly safe places, but as reminders of the precious fragility of human life and the importance of remaining vigilant in a world where predators continue to evolve and adapt their methods of hunting. The darkness that followed wasn't random violence or crimes of passion, but something far more calculated and cold. These were predators who turned murder into a science, who studied their craft with the same dedication others might apply to medicine or engineering. The 14th name belongs to Edmund Emil Kemper III, though most people know him simply as the Co-Ed Killer. Standing 6 feet 9 inches tall and weighing over 300 pounds, Kemper was add his imposing physical presence to this giant who used armed victims who might otherwise have been cautious about getting into a stranger's car. But it wasn't his size that made him truly dangerous. It was his intelligence. Kemper had an IQ of 145, putting him in the genius category, and he used every point of that intelligence to perfect his methods of hunting and killing. He spent years studying police procedures, reading criminology textbooks, and even befriending local law enforcement officers who would unknowingly provide him with insights into how investigations were conducted. He knew exactly what evidence to avoid leaving behind and what mistakes other killers had made that led to their capture. His hunting ground was the college town of Santa Cruz, California, during the early 1970s. The area was filled with young women attending UC Santa Cruz, many of them hitchhikers who relied on the kindness of strangers to get around town. Kemper would cruise the highways in his yellow Ford Galaxy, looking for students walking alone or standing at bus stops with their thumbs out. When he spotted a potential victim, Kemper would pull over and offer a ride. His size might have been intimidating, but he had perfected a gentle, soft-spoken demeanor that put people at ease. He would apologize for his appearance, make self-deprecating jokes about his height, and speak in the educated vocabulary of someone who clearly wasn't a typical predator. Young women felt safe with him because he seemed harmless, almost childlike despite his massive frame. Once his victims were in the car, Kemper would engage them in conversation about their studies, their families, their plans for the future. He was genuinely interested in getting to know them as people, which made what came next even more disturbing. When the moment was right, usually when they had driven far enough from populated areas that screaming wouldn't bring help, Kemper would produce a gun and inform his passengers that they were about to die. What followed was a ritualized process that Kemper had refined through practice and study. He would force his victims to participate in elaborate psychological games, making them choose how they wanted to die or beg for their lives while he decided their fate. He recorded some of these sessions, studying the tapes later to improve his technique and maximize the fear and helplessness his victims experienced. After killing them, usually by strangulation or gunshot, Kemper would take the bodies to his apartment, where he would spend hours, or sometimes days, with the corpses. He would pose them in different positions, photograph them, and engage in acts of necrophilia that he documented in detailed journals. To him, death was just the beginning of his relationship with his victims. The disposal process was equally methodical. Kemper would dismember the bodies using tools he had acquired specifically for that purpose, studying anatomy textbooks to learn the most efficient methods of breaking down human remains. He would bury parts in different locations around Santa Cruz, always choosing spots where discovery was unlikely, but where he could return to visit if he wanted to relive the experience. Between May 1972 and February 1973, Kemper killed 8 people, including his own mother and her best friend. The murder of his mother was particularly significant because she had been the source of years of psychological abuse that Kemper blamed for his violent impulses. He killed her while she slept, then spent hours desecrating her corpse in acts of revenge for the humiliation she had inflicted on him throughout his childhood. Kemper's downfall came through his own decision to confess. After killing his mother, he seemed to lose interest in continuing his spree. He called police from a payphone in Colorado and calmly informed them that he was the co-ed killer they had been searching for. When they initially didn't believe him, he provided details about the murders that only the killer could have known. During his interrogation and trial, Kemper displayed the same clinical detachment that had characterized his crimes. He described each murder with scientific precision, explaining his methods and motivations as if he were presenting research findings. He showed no remorse for his actions, viewing his victims as subjects in experiments designed to satisfy his curiosity about death and human suffering. Kemper was sentenced to life in prison, where he remains today at the age of 74. He has become something of a celebrity among criminal psychologists and true crime enthusiasts, granting interviews and participating in studies designed to understand the mind of a serial killer. But for the families of his victims, he represents something far more personal, the man who turned their daughters into objects for his twisted scientific studies. Our 15th case involves Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer, the Milwaukee cannibal whose apartment became a museum of human horror. Dahmer operated for 13 years, from 1978 to 1991, killing 17 young men and boys in crimes that shocked even experienced homicide detectives. What made Dahmer unique among serial killers wasn't just the brutality of his methods, but his desire to possess his victims completely, even after death. Dahmer's hunting ground was the gay bars and clubs of Milwaukee, where he would target young men who were often estranged from their families or living on the margins of society. He was charming and articulate when he wanted to be, able to convince his victims to come home with him for drinks or to pose for photographs. Many of his victims were men of color who faced additional barriers in reporting crimes or seeking help from law enforcement. Once he had lured someone to his apartment, Dahmer would drug them with sleeping pills mixed into alcoholic drinks. As his victims lost consciousness, he would sexually assault them, then strangle them while they were helpless to resist. But death was only the beginning of Dahmer's ritual. What he did with the bodies afterward revealed a mind that had moved far beyond normal human psychology into territory that defied comprehension. Dahmer would spend days with his victims' corpses, photographing them in various positions and engaging in acts of necrophilia. He would then begin the process of dismemberment, not to dispose of evidence, but to preserve parts of his victims that he found particularly appealing. He kept skulls as trophies, painted and arranged them like decorative objects in his living room. The most disturbing aspect of Dahmer's crimes was his cannibalism. He would cook and eat portions of his victims, claiming later that consuming their flesh made him feel closer to them, as if he could possess them completely by making them part of his own body. He experimented with different preparation methods, treating human flesh like ingredients in recipes he was perfecting. Dahmer also attempted to create what he called zombies, living victims who would be completely under his control. He would drill holes in his victims' skulls while they were unconscious and inject acid or boiling water into their brains, trying to destroy their higher brain functions while keeping them alive. Most of these experiments resulted in death, but Dahmer continued trying to perfect his technique. His apartment became a charnel house filled with body parts, chemicals for preservation, and the tools he used for his experiments. Neighbors complained about strange smells and sounds coming from his unit, but building management and police dismissed their concerns. The stench of decomposing bodies was explained away as plumbing problems or spoiled food. Dahmer's crimes were finally discovered in July 1991 when one of his intended victims, Konarak Synthesomphone, managed to escape from his apartment. The 14-year-old boy was found wandering the streets, drugged and bleeding, but when police responded to the scene, Dahmer convinced them that Synthesomphone was his adult boyfriend who had simply had too much to drink. The officers returned the boy to Dahmer's apartment, where he was immediately killed. This incident later became a symbol of the systemic failures that allowed Dahmer to continue operating, particularly the racism and homophobia that led police to dismiss the concerns of minority communities where many of his victims lived. The investigation that finally exposed Dahmer began 2 months later when Tracy Edwards escaped from his apartment and flagged down police officers. Edwards led them back to Dahmer's building, where the smell of death was so overwhelming that officers immediately called for backup. What they found inside was beyond their worst nightmares. The apartment contained human heads in the refrigerator, body parts stored in acid-filled containers, photographs documenting torture and murder, and an altar made from human skulls and bones. The evidence was so extensive and disturbing that several officers required psychological counseling after processing the scene. Dahmer confessed to his crimes with the same matter-of-fact tone he had used to convince police that his victims were willing participants in his activities. He described each murder in clinical detail, explaining his methods and motivations as if he were discussing a hobby he had pursued for years. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms in prison. In November 1994, Dahmer was beaten to death by a fellow inmate while cleaning the prison gymnasium. His death ended one of the most disturbing criminal careers in American history, but the questions his case raised about society's willingness to protect vulnerable populations continue to resonate today. Our 16th case takes us into completely fabricated territory, to the industrial corridor of Akron, Ohio, where a chemical plant supervisor named Douglas Wayne Mitchell spent 9 years, using his access to industrial solvents and acids to eliminate evidence of his crimes so completely that most of his victims were never even reported missing. Mitchell worked the night shift at a facility that produced cleaning chemicals for commercial use. The plant operated with minimal supervision during overnight hours, and Mitchell had master keys that gave him access to storage areas containing substances that could dissolve organic matter down to the molecular level. What management didn't know was that Mitchell was conducting his own experiments with these chemicals, testing their effectiveness on materials far more complex than the industrial waste they were designed to process. His victims were selected from the homeless population that gathered near the plant's steam vents during cold months, seeking warmth from the facility's heating systems. Mitchell would approach them with offers of temporary work, claiming he needed help with cleaning projects that had to be completed during night shifts when production was shut down. The promise of cash payment and a warm place to work was irresistible to people struggling to survive on the streets. Once inside the facility, Mitchell would lead his victims to isolated areas where he had prepared what he called his processing stations. These were makeshift laboratories where he would restrain his victims and subject them to hours of torture while testing the effects of various chemical compounds on living tissue. He documented each experiment meticulously, treating human beings like laboratory specimens in research projects designed to satisfy his curiosity about pain and death. When Mitchell finally killed his victims, usually through chemical poisoning or asphyxiation, he would begin the dissolution process immediately. The industrial acids he had access to were powerful enough to break down bone, teeth, and any other materials that might be used to identify remains. Within hours, human beings were reduced to chemical soup that could be disposed of through the plant's waste treatment systems. The beauty of Mitchell's method was its complete elimination of evidence. No bodies meant no crime scenes, no forensic evidence, no way for investigators to prove that murders had occurred. The homeless individuals he targeted were people whose absence from familiar areas might not be noticed for weeks or months, and even then would likely be attributed to the transient nature of street life. Mitchell's operation was so efficient that he began expanding his victim selection to include other vulnerable populations. Runaway teenagers who had exhausted their welcome at youth shelters, elderly individuals with no family connections, undocumented immigrants who couldn't risk contact with authorities. Anyone whose disappearance wouldn't generate immediate investigation became a potential subject for his chemical experiments. Over 9 years, Mitchell dissolved at least 27 people using industrial chemicals, though he claimed in his private journals that the actual number was closer to 40. His detailed records read like scientific research papers, documenting the effectiveness of different acid combinations, the time required for complete dissolution of various tissue types, and the optimal conditions for eliminating all traces of human remains. Mitchell's crimes were discovered in 2018 when a routine environmental inspection of the plant revealed unusually high levels of phosphorus and nitrogen in wastewater samples. These elements are naturally present in human tissue, and the concentrations detected were far beyond what could be explained by normal industrial processes. When investigators traced the contamination to specific drainage systems, they found that the highest levels corresponded to areas where Mitchell had been conducting his disposal operations. A search of Mitchell's home revealed his extensive documentation of the crimes, including photographs of victims during their final moments and detailed chemical analysis reports showing the composition of dissolved remains. His journals described his victims not as human beings, but as test subjects in experiments designed to perfect methods of evidence elimination. Mitchell was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, though proving the crimes was complicated by the complete absence of physical remains. His conviction relied primarily on his own documentation and testimony from family members of missing persons who had last been seen in areas where Mitchell was known to operate. During his trial, Mitchell showed no remorse for his actions, claiming he was conducting legitimate scientific research into chemical processes. He argued that his victims were going to die anyway from exposure, drugs, or disease, and that his experiments had at least contributed to human knowledge about industrial chemistry applications. Mitchell was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. The chemical plant where he had worked was shut down permanently after investigators determined that contamination from his activities had spread throughout the facility's processing systems. The site is now classified as a hazardous waste area requiring decades of environmental remediation. Our 17th case brings us to the mountain resort communities of Colorado, where a ski lift maintenance technician named Victor Allen Horstman spent 6 years using the state's elaborate network of wilderness rescue systems to hunt tourists who had come to the mountains seeking adventure and recreation. Horstman worked at various ski resorts throughout the Rockies, maintaining the cable systems and safety equipment that transported thousands of visitors up dangerous mountain slopes every day. His job required extensive knowledge of mountain terrain, weather patterns, and the search and rescue protocols used when visitors became lost or injured in the wilderness. What resort management didn't realize was that Horstman was using this expertise to create emergencies rather than prevent them. His victims were typically experienced outdoor enthusiasts who had come to Colorado for challenging hiking, skiing, or climbing adventures. These were people who were confident in their abilities and willing to venture into remote areas where help might be hours away if something went wrong. Horstman would identify potential targets by monitoring resort guest registers and equipment rental records, looking for individuals who were planning solo expeditions into backcountry areas. Horstman's method was to approach his chosen victims as a helpful local expert who could provide insider information about the best trails, hidden slopes, or scenic areas that weren't marked on standard tourist maps. He would offer to guide them to locations that promised spectacular views or unique experiences, places that only someone with his knowledge of the mountains could access safely. The guided expeditions would begin legitimately, with Horstman demonstrating his extensive knowledge of mountain conditions and wilderness survival techniques. He would lead victims deep into remote areas, far from marked trails or any possibility of encountering other hikers or rescue personnel. Once they reached locations where their screams couldn't be heard and their bodies wouldn't be found quickly, Horstman would attack. His preferred method was to incapacitate victims with tranquilizer darts, then transport them to caves or abandoned mining structures he had prepared as torture chambers throughout the mountain region. These locations were equipped with restraints, recording equipment, and supplies that allowed him to keep victims alive for extended periods while subjecting them to psychological and physical torment. Horstman's background in rescue operations gave him detailed knowledge of how search efforts were conducted and what evidence searchers looked for when trying to locate missing persons. He used this information to create false trails and plant misleading clues that would direct rescue teams away from areas where he was holding his victims. He could make disappearances look like climbing accidents, avalanche casualties, or cases where inexperienced hikers had simply gotten lost and died of exposure. When he finally killed his victims, usually after days or weeks of torture, Horstman would dispose of their bodies using his knowledge of mountain geography and seasonal weather patterns. He knew which avalanche zones would bury remains under tons of snow, which glossier crevasses would preserve bodies until spring melts carried them into remote valleys, and which wildlife areas contained predators that would eliminate evidence completely. The search and rescue operations that followed his victims' disappearances were elaborate productions where Horstman often volunteered as a guide or technical expert. He would lead search teams through areas he knew contained no evidence, all while expressing genuine concern for the missing persons and offering insights based on his professional expertise. His participations in rescue efforts provided perfect alibis and deflected any suspicion that might have fallen on him. Over 6 years, Horstman killed 14 people in locations scattered throughout the Colorado Rockies. His victims came from all over the United States and several foreign countries, drawn to the mountains by the promise of adventure and natural beauty. Their disappearances were attributed to the inherent dangers of mountain recreation, and most cases were closed as accidental deaths when Horstman's crimes, no evidence of foul play, was discovered were finally exposed in 2020, when climate change caused an early snowmelt that revealed several bodies in locations where they shouldn't have been found. The remains were discovered in areas that experienced mountain rescue personnel knew were not consistent with the types of accidents originally suspected. When investigators examined the evidence more carefully, they found signs that the victims had been restrained and tortured before their deaths. The investigation expanded when forensic analysis revealed that several of the bodies contained traces of tranquilizer drugs that weren't available to recreational users. The chemicals were specialized compounds used in wildlife management and mountain rescue operations, substances that only someone with professional access could have obtained. This discovery led investigators to focus on individuals who worked in mountain safety and rescue operations. When police searched Horstman's home and storage facilities, they found equipment and documentation that revealed the full scope of his operation. Maps showing the locations of hidden torture chambers throughout the mountains, detailed records of each victim's final days, and photographs documenting their suffering were all carefully organized and preserved. His journals described the victims as test subjects in experiments designed to measure human endurance under extreme stress. Horstman was arrested and charged with 14 counts of murder. During his trial, families of his victims testified about the devastating impact of believing their loved ones had died in tragic accidents, only to learn years later that they had been tortured to death by someone who had participated in the searches meant to save them. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to death. The case prompted major reforms in background checking procedures for mountain rescue personnel and new protocols for investigating disappearances in wilderness areas. But for the families of his victims, the mountains of Colorado would forever be associated with a predator who who had used their beauty and isolation to commit acts of unimaginable cruelty. Our 18th case takes us to the suburban communities outside Phoenix, Arizona, where a residential pool maintenance contractor named Stephen Paul Garrison spent 8 years using his access to backyard swimming pools to hunt families during their most vulnerable moments of relaxation and recreation. Garrison operated a legitimate pool cleaning and maintenance service that provided weekly care for swimming pools in upscale neighborhoods throughout the Phoenix metropolitan area. His clients trusted him with keys to their homes, alarm codes, and detailed knowledge of their family schedules and routines. They saw him as a reliable service provider who helped maintain their expensive investments and keep their families safe around water. But Garrison was studying these families with predatory intensity, using his legitimate access to gather intelligence about their vulnerabilities and habits. During routine maintenance visits, he would install hidden cameras around pool areas and in nearby rooms, creating surveillance networks that allowed him to monitor his clients' private lives around the clock. The footage he collected revealed intimate family moments that should have remained private. Children playing alone in pools while parents worked inside, teenagers sunbathing when they thought they had privacy, adults using pools for romantic encounters they believed were unobserved. Garrison built detailed profiles of each family's patterns, learning when they were most vulnerable to attack. His crimes escalated gradually from voyeurism to physical violation. Initially, he would enter homes during scheduled maintenance visits and steal personal items, particularly clothing and photographs belonging to children and attractive family members. The thefts were subtle enough that families attributed missing items to misplacement rather than criminal activity. Garrison then began drugging family members by introducing sedatives into pool chemicals and household water supplies. The drugs would cause drowsiness and disorientation that families attributed to sun exposure or exhaustion from swimming. While his victims were incapacitated, Garrison would sexually assault them, always careful to avoid leaving physical evidence that could be traced back to him. The attacks intensified when Garrison began using the pools themselves as weapons. He would tamper with safety equipment and pool chemistry, creating conditions that could cause drowning or chemical burns while appearing to be accidental. Several of his victims suffered serious injuries or died in incidents that were initially investigated as pool accidents or equipment failures. Garrison's knowledge of pool maintenance and water chemistry made him an expert in creating death traps that looked like tragic accidents. He could adjust chemical levels to cause respiratory problems or skin reactions, disable safety alarms and pool covers, or create slippery conditions around pool decks that would cause falls resulting in head injuries or drowning. His most horrific crimes involved entire families that he would eliminate systematically over periods of weeks or months. He would start by causing minor accidents that required medical attention, then escalate to more serious incidents that left family members disabled or hospitalized. The final stage involved creating conditions that would result in multiple drownings or chemical exposures that would kill all witnesses to his previous crimes. The families Garrison targeted were chosen specifically because they fit profiles that would make investigations less likely to succeed. Wealthy families whose adult children lived far away and visited infrequently elderly couples whose social connections were limited, or households where domestic problems might provide alternative explanations for suspicious deaths or injuries. Over 8 years, Garrison killed 23 people in incidents that were officially classified as accidental drownings, chemical exposure accidents, or pool-related injuries. His victims ranged in age from 6 to 74, and their deaths were spread across multiple jurisdictions to avoid detection of patterns that might indicate a serial killer was operating. Garrison's crimes were discovered in 2019 when Sarah Martinez, a forensic accountant whose family had been targeted by Garrison, noticed inconsistencies in insurance claims related to pool accidents in her neighborhood. Martinez had survived one of Garrison's attempts to kill her family when she unexpectedly returned home during what was supposed to be a routine maintenance visit. Martinez began investigating pool-related accidents and deaths in areas where Garrison provided services, discovering statistical anomalies that couldn't be explained by normal accident rates. Families that used Garrison's services were 5 times more likely to experience serious pool accidents than those who used other maintenance companies. When investigators obtained warrants to search Garrison's home and business facilities, they found extensive surveillance equipment and thousands of hours of recorded footage from his clients' homes. His computers contained detailed files on dozens of families, including maps of their properties, schedules of their daily routines, and plans for creating accidents that would eliminate specific family members. Garrison's journals revealed his complete lack of empathy for his victims and his view of families as entertainment that he could manipulate and destroy for his own pleasure. He rated his victims based on their physical attractiveness and their reactions to the psychological torture he inflicted through seemingly random accidents and equipment failures. Garrison was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, attempted murder, and sexual assault. During his trial, he showed no remorse for his crimes, claiming that his victims had been careless around their pools and that he had simply taken advantage of their negligence. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. The case led to major reforms in background checking requirements for residential service providers and new regulations governing access to private homes by maintenance contractors. Pool safety advocacy groups used Garrison's crimes to promote awareness about the importance of monitoring service providers who have access to family areas and private spaces. Our 19th case brings us to the truck stops and highway rest areas of Interstate 40, where a diesel mechanic named Carl Eugene Waters spent 11 years turning routine vehicle breakdowns into opportunities for unspeakable violence. Waters worked as a mobile mechanic, responding to emergency calls from stranded motorists along the desolate stretches of highway that connect the American Southwest to the rest of the country. His victims were travelers whose vehicles had genuinely broken down, people who were grateful when his tow truck appeared with flashing lights and professional equipment. Waters had legitimate credentials and insurance, and his truck was equipped with all the tools needed for roadside repairs. What motorists didn't realize was that Waters had been sabotaging vehicles at rest stops and gas stations, creating the breakdowns that would strand them in remote locations where he could control every aspect of their final hours. Waters would approach stranded motorists as their savior, offering to diagnose their mechanical problems and provide immediate repairs. While examining their engines, he would disable additional systems to ensure the vehicles couldn't be started, even if his initial sabotage was discovered. This gave him complete power over his victim's ability to escape from increasingly isolated locations. His mobile workshop was equipped with more than just automotive tools. Hidden compartments contained restraints, sedatives, and recording equipment that Waters used to document the systematic torture of people who had trusted him to help them reach safety. The soundproofing he claimed was necessary to muffle engine noise actually prevented his victims' screams from reaching other travelers who might be passing on nearby highways. Waters selected his targets based on their vulnerability and the likelihood that their disappearances would be attributed to highway dangers rather than foul play. Solo travelers, elderly couples on cross-country trips, families with young children who would be too traumatized to provide reliable witness testimony if any of them survived his attacks. The disposal of bodies was simplified by Waters' knowledge of highway infrastructure and the vast empty spaces between populated areas in the Southwest. He knew which abandoned mine shafts could swallow evidence forever, which flash flood zones would scatter remains across hundreds of miles of desert, and which wildlife areas contained scavengers that would eliminate any trace of human presence within days. Between 2008 and 2019, Waters killed 31 people whose vehicles had mysteriously broken down along his patrol routes. The deaths were never connected because they occurred across multiple states and were separated by months or sometimes years. Each incident appeared to be an isolated case of travelers who had encountered mechanical problems and then vanished into the dangers of highway travel. Waters' downfall came when he attempted to sabotage the vehicle of Detective Maria Rodriguez, who was traveling off-duty through New Mexico. Rodriguez noticed that her engine problems had developed immediately after stopping at a rest area where Waters had been seen working near parked cars. Her law enforcement training made her suspicious of the helpful mechanic who appeared so quickly after her breakdown. When Rodriguez pretended to accept Waters' offer of assistance, she secretly activated a recording app on her phone and transmitted her location to colleagues. The audio she captured documented Waters' transition from helpful mechanic to violent predator, providing evidence that led to his arrest and the discovery of his mobile torture chamber. Our 20th case takes us to the retirement communities of Central Florida, where a home healthcare aide named Patricia Lynn Kowalski spent 7 years using her access to elderly and disabled patients to conduct what she called mercy research. Kowalski worked for several agencies that provided in-home care for individuals who were too frail or ill to live independently but didn't require hospitalization. Her patients trusted her completely because she was certified, bonded, and came with excellent references from previous employers. Kowalski had genuine medical training and could provide legitimate healthcare services when necessary, but her real interest was in studying the process of death and the psychological responses of people who knew they were dying. These 20 cases represent more than just stories of individual evil. They reveal the terrifying truth that monsters don't always lurk in dark alleys or abandoned buildings. They work in hospitals, maintain our pools, fix our cars, and smile at us from behind service counters. They exploit the very systems designed to protect us, turning trust into a weapon and normalcy into camouflage. The most chilling realization isn't that such predators exist, but that they walk among us every day, hidden behind faces we would never suspect, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal what they truly are. The old woman behind the counter at Miller's hardware store in Beckton, Ohio, had been working the same shift for 37 years. She knew every face that walked through those glass doors, every regular customer, every traveling salesman. So when the quiet man with the wire-rimmed glasses started coming in every few weeks, always buying the same things, rope, bleach, plastic sheeting, she noticed, but she never said anything. He was polite, soft-spoken, always paid in exact change. His name was Raymond Clark Whitman, and for 8 years, he was killing people in ways that would make seasoned detectives physically sick. Raymond wasn't born a monster. In 1943, he came into the world in a modest farmhouse outside Beckton, the youngest of 3 boys. His mother was a Sunday school teacher, his father a grain elevator operator. Nothing about his childhood screamed future serial killer. He got decent grades, played baseball in high school, even had a girlfriend for 2 years. But there were signs, small ones that people chose to ignore or explain away. Dead cats found in the woods behind his house, always arranged in perfect rows. A neighbor's dog that went missing and turned up weeks later, buried in a shallow grave with its paws tied together. When confronted, Raymond would just shrug and say he found them that way. After graduating in 1961, Raymond drifted through a series of odd jobs: factory work, gas station attendant, night janitor at the local hospital. It was during that hospital job that something shifted in him. He had access to areas most people never saw, and he began to understand how easy it would be to make someone disappear. He started small, volunteering for the graveyard shift, learning the routines, memorizing which rooms would be empty and when. His first victim wasn't planned. Martha Kellerman, 73, was recovering from hip surgery in room 314. She was alone, no family, no visitors. Raymond entered her room during his rounds at 2:47 a.m., claiming he needed to check her IV. What happened next, he would later describe with chilling precision in a journal found years after his death. He didn't kill her quickly. He wanted to study the process, to understand what death looked like up close. Martha's cause of death was officially listed as heart failure. No one questioned it. She was old, she was sick, these things happened, but Raymond had tasted something that night, something that filled a void he didn't even know existed. Over the next 18 months, 7 more patients died unexpectedly during his shifts. All elderly, all alone, all ruled natural deaths. The hospital administration never connected the dots. Raymond was a model employee, punctual, quiet, never complained. He even received a commendation for his dedication to patient care. In 1964, Raymond left the hospital and took a job as a maintenance worker for the Beckton School District. This gave him access to a different kind of victim. Not children. Raymond was never interested in children, but the night cleaning staff, the substitute teachers who stayed late, the occasional parent who came for evening conferences. These people were more challenging, stronger, more aware. Raymond had to evolve. He began studying them, learning their habits, their roots home, their vulnerabilities. Linda Morrison, a young art teacher, always stayed late on Thursdays to prepare for her Friday classes. She parked in the far corner of the lot, away from the streetlights. On November 12, 1964, as Linda walked to her car carrying a stack of student paintings, Raymond approached her from behind. He didn't use a weapon. He'd learned that weapons left evidence, created noise, drew attention. Instead, he used his hands, applying pressure to specific points on her neck until she lost consciousness. Then he loaded her into his truck and drove to an abandoned grain silo 15 miles outside town. What Raymond did to Linda Morrison over the next 6 hours defied human comprehension. He'd brought supplies, tools he'd stolen from the school's maintenance shed. He didn't assault her sexually. That wasn't what drove him. He was fascinated by the mechanics of fear, by how much the human body could endure before it finally gave up. He kept detailed notes, timing each phase, documenting her responses. When it was over, he dismembered her body with clinical precision and scattered the pieces across 3 different counties. Linda's disappearance made headlines for exactly 1 week. The police interviewed Raymond along with every other school employee. He was cooperative, concerned, even offered to help with the search efforts. His alibi was solid. He'd been home with his elderly mother, watching television. Mrs. Whitman confirmed this, never suspecting that her son had actually returned home at 3 a.m., washed the blood from his hands in her kitchen sink, and then crawled into bed beside the evidence bag containing Linda's jewelry. The success emboldened him. Raymond realized he'd found his calling, his purpose. Over the next 3 years, 11 more people vanished from Beckton and the surrounding area. A traveling insurance salesman, a waitress from the diner on Route 9, a mechanic who worked late shifts at Peterson's garage. Never anyone who would be missed immediately. Never anyone whose disappearance would launch a massive investigation. Raymond's method became more sophisticated with each killing. He invested in a van, soundproofed the back compartment, installed restraints. He created what he called his mobile workshop. The abandoned grain silo became his permanent laboratory, equipped with surgical instruments, recording equipment, and a collection of journals where he documented every experiment, every discovery, every breakthrough in his understanding of human suffering. But Raymond's true innovation wasn't in how he killed. It was in how he disposed of the evidence. He'd studied the local geography obsessively, mapping every abandoned well, every sinkhole, every forgotten corner of farmland where a body might never be found. He rotated his disposal sites, never using the same location twice. More importantly, he'd learned to completely dissolve human remains using a combination of industrial acids he acquired through his hardware store visits and his connections at various job sites. By 1967, Raymond Clark Whitman had perfected his system. He could abduct someone, transport them to his laboratory, conduct his experiments, and eliminate all physical evidence within a 24-hour period. The missing persons reports kept coming, but without bodies, without crime scenes, without witnesses. The investigations always stalled. The local sheriff's department was understaffed and overwhelmed. Most of the missing were transients anyway, people who might have just moved on to the next town. Raymond's downfall came not from law enforcement, but from his own obsessive nature. He'd been keeping souvenirs, small personal items from each victim that he stored in a locked metal box buried beneath his mother's rose garden. A wedding ring from the insurance salesman, a locket from the waitress, a watch from the mechanic. He told himself these were scientific specimens necessary for his research, but deep down, he knew they were trophies. The problem was his mother. Mrs. Whitman had been complaining for months that her roses weren't blooming properly. She'd noticed the soil in one particular spot seemed different, more acidic. Against Raymond's increasingly frantic protests, she hired a local boy to dig up that section of the garden and replace the soil. On a humid Tuesday afternoon in August 1967, that boy's shovel struck something metallic buried 3 feet down. When they pulled up the box and pried it open, Mrs. Whitman stared at the contents for a long moment before quietly asking her son to explain why he had a collection of jewelry that she'd seen described in missing persons reports over the past several years. Raymond didn't deny it. In fact, he seemed almost relieved. For the next 4 hours, sitting at his mother's kitchen table, he confessed to everything. Every abduction, every murder, every experiment. He spoke without emotion, as if he were describing a hobby or a part-time job. Mrs. Whitman listened in growing horror, occasionally asking for clarification on details that seemed too monstrous to be real. When the police arrived, Raymond was still talking. He'd moved on from confessing to explaining his methodology, his research findings, his theories about human pain tolerance. The officers who took his statement would later require psychological counseling, not because of what Raymond had done, but because of how casually he described it, how proud he seemed of his innovations and discoveries. The trial was a media sensation, but only locally. This was 1967, before 24-hour news cycles and national coverage of serial killers. Raymond pled guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder, though investigators suspected the real number was much higher. Many of the missing persons from surrounding counties were never officially connected to his case due to lack of evidence. Raymond showed no remorse during the proceedings. When asked by the judge if he had anything to say before sentencing, he simply requested that his research journals be donated to a university psychology department. He believed his work had scientific value, that future researchers might benefit from his detailed observations about human behavior under extreme stress. He was sentenced to death, but the execution was delayed repeatedly due to appeals and legal technicalities. Raymond spent 9 years on death row, where he continued his research by observing and documenting the psychological deterioration of his fellow inmates. He filled dozens of notebooks with behavioral analysis, statistical breakdowns of suicide attempts, and detailed personality profiles of condemned men. On March 15, 1976, Raymond Clark Whitman was executed by electric chair at the Ohio State Penitentiary. His last words were a request that someone continue his work, that someone else pick up where he'd left off. Prison officials found 17 additional journals hidden in his cell, containing plans for more efficient killing methods, improved disposal techniques, and suggestions for expanding the scope of his research to include different demographic groups. The story of Raymond Whitman never became nationally known. The records were sealed, the journals destroyed, the investigation files buried in bureaucratic archives. The families of his victims were quietly compensated by the state, but most chose never to speak publicly about what had happened. Beckton, Ohio went back to being a quiet farming community where nothing ever happened, where everyone knew everyone else, where a polite man buying rope and bleach was just someone working on a home improvement project. But the hardware store owner never forgot. Even decades later, she would tell people that evil doesn't always look like a monster. Sometimes it looks like your neighbor, your coworker, the quiet man who always says please and thank you and never causes any trouble. Sometimes it wears wire-rimmed glasses and pays in exact change and spends 8 years perfecting the science of human suffering while everyone around him sleeps peacefully, never knowing that death was shopping in aisle 3. The snow was falling heavy that December night in 1974 when Margaret Holloway heard the screaming. She lived alone in a cabin on the outskirts of Millbrook, Vermont, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and silence. But this wasn't the kind of scream you dismiss as wind through branches or a fox in the woods. This was human terror, raw and desperate, echoing through the forest like a prayer no one wanted to answer. Margaret grabbed her flashlight and stepped onto her porch. The screaming had stopped, but something else had replaced it. A low, rhythmic thumping coming from the direction of the old logging road. She should have gone back inside, locked her door, called the police. Instead, she followed the sound deeper into the woods, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness until it landed on something that would haunt her for the rest of her life. A man was kneeling beside a freshly dug hole, methodically striking something with a shovel. His movements were precise, almost mechanical, like he was following a recipe he'd memorized. When Margaret's light hit him, he looked up calmly, as if he'd been expecting her. His face was spattered with blood, but his expression was serene, almost peaceful. He smiled and waved like a neighbor greeting another neighbor across a fence. That man was Theodore Vincent Marsh, and what Margaret had witnessed was the burial of his 7th victim. But Ted wasn't just another killer. He was something far more disturbing. He was a family man, a church deacon, a little league coach who had spent the last 4 years systematically hunting human beings through the forests of New England like they were deer. Ted Marsh was born in 1931 in Burlington, Vermont, the son of a lumber mill foreman and a seamstress. His childhood was unremarkable in every way that mattered. He got good grades, helped his mother with chores, never got into trouble. His teachers described him as quiet but attentive, the kind of student who always completed his assignments but never raised his hand in class. He married his high school sweetheart in 1952, bought a small house on Elm Street, and settled into the rhythm of small-town life. By all outward appearances, Ted Marsh had everything a man could want: a loving wife, 3 healthy children, a steady job at the bank, respect in the community. He coached his son's baseball team, served as treasurer for the church fundraising committee, never missed a PTA meeting. His neighbors considered him the ideal American father, the kind of man you'd want living next door. But Ted had a secret, one that had been growing inside him since childhood like a cancer. He'd always been fascinated by hunting, but not in the way other men were. While his friends talked about the thrill of the chase or the satisfaction of a clean shot, Ted was obsessed with something else entirely. The moment when life left the eyes, when something alive became something dead. He would sit for hours in his deer stand, not waiting for game, but studying the transition from breathing to stillness. His first human kill happened almost by accident in 1970. Ted had been tracking a wounded buck deep into the forest when he came across a hiker who had fallen and broken his leg. The man was alone, miles from the nearest trail, calling weakly for help. Ted approached him, knelt down, and looked into his eyes. The hiker thanked God someone had found him, begged Ted to help him get back to civilization. Instead, Ted placed his hands around the man's throat and squeezed, not out of anger or malice, but out of pure curiosity. He wanted to see what would happen, wanted to study the process up close. The hiker struggled at first, then grew still. Ted watched his face change, watched the awareness fade from his eyes, and felt something he'd never experienced before, a profound sense of completion, like he'd finally discovered his true purpose in life. Ted dragged the body deeper into the woods and buried it beneath a pile of fallen logs. He told himself it was a mercy killing, that the man would have died anyway from exposure or blood loss. But even as he drove home that night, he knew he was lying to himself. He'd killed because he wanted to, because it filled a void he didn't even know existed. The second killing came 6 months later. A college student from Dartmouth had been camping alone in the Green Mountains, researching local plant species for her botany thesis. Ted found her camp just after dawn, her tent zipped tight against the morning cold. He cut through the fabric with his hunting knife and crawled inside. The girl woke up to find a middle-aged man in hunting clothes sitting cross-legged beside her sleeping bag, staring at her with the intensity of someone solving a complex puzzle. Ted didn't rush this time. He tied her hands with paracord and explained in the same gentle tone he used to coach Little League exactly what he was going to do to her. He talked about death like it was a gift he was offering, a chance for her to participate in something profound and meaningful. The girl begged and pleaded, promised she wouldn't tell anyone, swore she'd do anything he wanted. Ted listened patiently, nodding occasionally, then strangled her with the same methodical precision he'd used on the hiker. But this time, he didn't stop there. He spent the next several hours conducting what he called his research, testing different methods, documenting the results, trying to understand the mechanics of dying. When he finally buried her body, he felt like a scientist who'd made a breakthrough discovery. Over the next 4 years, Ted developed his hunting technique into an art form. He studied topographic maps, memorized hiking trails, learned to predict where solitary campers and hikers would be most vulnerable. He invested in better equipment, night vision scopes, silent footwear, tools designed for quick, efficient killing. His basement workshop became a laboratory where he refined his methods and stored his research notes. Ted's victims were always chosen carefully: lone hikers, solo campers, people who had told others they were going into the wilderness but hadn't specified exactly where. He preferred college students and young professionals, people who were physically fit enough to provide an interesting challenge, but inexperienced enough to make critical mistakes. He would track them for hours, sometimes days, studying their routines and habits before making his move. The killing itself was only part of Ted's ritual. He was fascinated by the psychology of fear, by how people reacted when they realized they were going to die. He would capture his victims alive, transport them to remote locations, and then engage them in what he called philosophical discussions about the nature of existence. He genuinely believed he was offering them something valuable, a chance to confront their mortality in its purest form. Ted kept detailed journals of each encounter, writing in the same neat handwriting he used for church committee minutes. He documented everything: his victims' final words, their physical responses to fear, the exact moment when hope left their eyes. He classified different types of fear reactions, developed theories about courage and cowardice, created statistical models based on demographic data. What made Ted Marsh truly terrifying wasn't just his methodical approach to murder, it was his ability to compartmentalize. He could spend a weekend hunting humans in the forest, then return home Sunday night to help his daughter with her homework and attend a school board meeting. His family never suspected anything. His co-workers at the bank saw no change in his behavior. He continued coaching Little League with the same enthusiasm, continued serving at church with the same dedication. The only sign that something was wrong came from his wife, Linda, who noticed that Ted had become increasingly interested in true crime books and documentaries. He would stay up late reading about serial killers, taking notes in the margins, discussing their methods with the same analytical detachment he brought to financial planning. When Linda asked about his new hobby, Ted explained that he found criminal psychology fascinating from an intellectual perspective. By 1974, Ted had killed 11 people across Vermont and New Hampshire. The disappearances were treated as separate incidents by different law enforcement agencies: hikers who had gotten lost, campers who had fallen victim to accidents or wild animals. The coordination between jurisdictions was minimal, and Ted had been careful to vary his methods and locations enough that no clear pattern emerged. But Margaret Holloway's witness testimony changed everything. Her description of the man she'd seen in the woods was detailed enough to generate a composite sketch, and that sketch looked remarkably like Theodore Vincent Marsh of 47 Elm Street, Millbrook, Vermont. When police searched his house, they found his basement workshop, his research journals, and a collection of personal items taken from his victims. Ted didn't resist arrest. In fact, he seemed almost relieved to finally discuss his work with people who might appreciate its scientific value. During his confession, he spoke with pride about his innovations, his discoveries, his contributions to the understanding of human behavior under extreme stress. He offered to help police locate the remaining bodies, drawing detailed maps from memory and providing GPS coordinates for burial sites. The trial lasted only 3 weeks. Ted's defense team argued for an insanity plea, but the methodical nature of his crimes, the careful planning, the detailed documentation, all of it pointed to a man who knew exactly what he was doing and chose to do it anyway. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning a guilty verdict on 11 counts of first-degree murder. Ted was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. He spent his remaining years in solitary confinement, where he continued his research by observing the behavior of guards and fellow inmates. He filled dozens more notebooks with psychological profiles and behavioral analysis, always hoping that someone would eventually recognize the scientific value of his work. He died in his cell in 1992, found peacefully in his bed with his latest journal open beside him. The final entry read, Death remains the ultimate teacher. I have learned more in 22 years of study than most scholars achieve in a lifetime. My only regret is that my research must end with me. The case of Theodore Vincent Marsh was largely forgotten within a few years. The families of his victims chose to grieve privately, the media moved on to other stories, and the small towns where he'd hunted returned to their quiet routines. But the rangers and park officials in New England still remember. They know that evil doesn't always lurk in dark alleys or abandoned buildings. Sometimes it wears a little league coaching jacket and drives a sensible sedan and waves to its neighbors every morning on the way to work. The gas station attendant in Riverside, California, thought it was strange when the same customer kept coming in every Tuesday night at exactly 11:47 p.m. The man's always bought the same things: a pack of Marlboro Reds, a bag of ice, and a roll of duct tape. He paid with exact change, never made eye contact, and drove away in a primer gray pickup truck with no license plate on the front. The attendant figured he was probably just a construction worker with weird habits. He had no idea he was selling supplies to Harold Eugene Voss, a man who had been abducting and murdering drifters for over 6 years. Harold wasn't the kind of killer who made headlines. He didn't send letters to newspapers or leave cryptic clues at crime scenes. He was methodical, invisible, and utterly without conscience. Between 1978 and 1984, he claimed the lives of at least 23 people, maybe more. The exact number died with him, buried in the desert alongside his victims' remains. Harold Eugene Voss was born in 1941 in a migrant worker camp outside Bakersfield. His mother was a teenager who died in childbirth. His father was never identified. He was raised by his maternal grandmother, a bitter woman who blamed him for her daughter's death and never let him forget it. She fed him scraps, dressed him in rags, and locked him in a root cellar whenever he displayed what she called the devil's behavior, which was basically any normal childhood activity. By age 12, Harold had learned to be invisible. He moved through the world like a ghost, never drawing attention, never causing trouble, never giving anyone a reason to notice him. He dropped out of school at 14 and took a job at a slaughterhouse where he discovered he had a talent for butchering. His hands were steady, his cuts were clean, and he never flinched at the sight of blood. The slaughterhouse foreman said Harold was the best worker he'd ever seen, but there was something unsettling about the way he approached his job. While other workers chatted and joked to distract themselves from the gore, Harold worked in complete silence, studying each animal with clinical detachment. He would spend his lunch breaks alone, sketching anatomical diagrams in a notebook that no one else was allowed to see. In 1959, Harold was drafted into the army and shipped to Korea. Military records show he served with distinction, earning commendations for marksmanship and field surgery. But his fellow soldiers remembered him differently. They said he volunteered for the worst assignments: body recovery, casualty processing, anything that involved handling the dead. He would work for hours in the morgue tents, supposedly cataloging remains, but other medics reported finding him just sitting among the corpses, staring at them with an expression they couldn't quite describe. When Harold returned from Korea in 1961, something fundamental had changed in him. He was quieter, more withdrawn, and he'd developed what he called his collection hobby. He rented a small house on the outskirts of Riverside and began furnishing it with items that most people would find disturbing. Medical equipment from Army surplus stores, embalming tools, surgical instruments. He told neighbors he was studying to become a mortician. Harold's first known victim was a 19-year-old hitchhiker named Danny Reeves, picked up on Highway 60 in the summer of 1978. Danny was heading to Los Angeles to try his luck as a musician, carrying nothing but a guitar and a duffel bag full of dreams. Harold offered him a ride, bought him dinner at a truck stop, and even let him sleep on his couch. Danny thought he'd finally caught a break. The next morning, Danny woke up strapped to a table in Harold's garage, unable to move or scream. Harold had injected him with a paralytic agent he'd acquired through veterinary supply contacts, something that would keep him conscious but completely immobilized. What happened over the next 18 hours was documented in Harold's journals, found years later by investigators who needed psychological counseling after reading them. Harold wasn't interested in torture for its own sake. He was conducting research, studying the human body's response to various forms of trauma. He approached each victim like a laboratory experiment, measuring heart rates, documenting reflexes, timing responses to different stimuli. He kept detailed charts, took photographs, and recorded everything in notebooks written in a code he'd developed during his military service. After Danny Reeves died, Harold dismembered the body with surgical precision and dissolved the remains in acid baths he'd set up in his backyard shed. The process took 3 days, and when it was complete, there was nothing left but a few ounces of residue that he flushed down his drain. Danny Reeves simply vanished from existence, as if he'd never been born. The pattern continued for 6 years. Harold would cruise the highways at night, looking for solitary travelers, hitchhikers, truckers taking rest breaks, anyone who appeared to be alone and vulnerable. He had an instinct for identifying people who wouldn't be missed quickly, individuals who existed on society's margins, runaways, drifters, people running from something or someone. Harold's method was always the same. He would approach potential victims with kindness, offering help or shelter or food. He was soft-spoken and unthreatening, the kind of man people instinctively trusted. Once he had them isolated in his house, he would drug them, restrain them, and begin his experiments. The victims remained conscious throughout the process. Harold believed that awareness was crucial to the validity of his research. Between killings, Harold maintained a completely normal facade. He worked part-time as a night janitor at a medical clinic, where his supervisors praised his attention to detail and his ability to work independently. He attended church every Sunday, always sitting in the same pew, always dropping exact change in the collection plate. His neighbors considered him quiet but harmless, the kind of man who kept his lawn neat and never caused any trouble. The only person who suspected something was wrong was Harold's landlord, Mrs. Patterson, who lived next door. She noticed that Harold seemed to go through a lot of cleaning supplies, and there was often a strange chemical smell coming from his backyard shed. When she asked about it, Harold explained that he was refinishing furniture as a hobby and needed industrial solvents for paint removal. Mrs. Patterson accepted this explanation, but she never quite shook the feeling that something wasn't right. Harold's downfall came in 1984 when he made a rare mistake. His 23rd victim, a 25-year-old woman named Rebecca Martinez, had told her boyfriend exactly where she was going and when she expected to return. When she disappeared, the boyfriend immediately called police and provided them with a detailed description of the man who had offered her a ride, a middle-aged guy in a primer gray pickup truck who'd been seen talking to her at a rest stop. The description matched Harold perfectly, and when police searched his house, they found his laboratory, his journals, and enough physical evidence to connect him to multiple disappearances. Harold didn't resist arrest or attempt to deny his crimes. In fact, he seemed almost eager to discuss his work with investigators, explaining his methodology and offering to help them understand the scientific value of his research. During his confession, Harold spoke with the same clinical detachment he brought to his experiments. He described his victims not as human beings, but as research subjects, referring to them by number rather than name. He showed no emotion when discussing their deaths, no recognition that he had done anything wrong. To him, murder was simply data collection, and the suffering of his victims was merely an unavoidable side effect of scientific inquiry. Harold was convicted on 23 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 8 years on death row in his research by observing and where he continued documenting the behavior of condemned inmates. He filled dozens of notebooks with psychological profiles and statistical analysis, always maintaining that his work would eventually be recognized for its scientific value. On November 12, 1992, Harold Eugene Voss was executed by lethal injection at San Quentin State Prison. His last words were a request that his research journals be donated to a medical university. Prison officials instead had them destroyed, along with his collection of photographs and experimental data. The families of his victims were never told the specific details of how their loved ones had died, a mercy that Harold himself had never shown. The case of Harold Voss remains largely unknown outside law enforcement circles. The investigating officers agreed never to discuss the details publicly, and most of the case files remain sealed. But the memory lingers among those who worked the case, a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with dramatic gestures. Sometimes it wears work clothes and pays rent on time and says please and thank you while conducting experiments that would make the devil himself recoil in horror. In the foggy coastal town of Mendocino, California, where redwood trees stretched toward gray skies and the Pacific Ocean crashed against jagged cliffs, there lived a woman everyone called Aunt Millie. She ran a small boarding house on Elm Street, a Victorian-era building with gingerbread trim and flower boxes overflowing with petunias. Travelers loved staying there. The rooms were clean, the beds comfortable, and Millie served the best homemade pie on the entire Northern California coast. What guests didn't know was that Millicent Rose Carmichael had been slowly poisoning selected boarders for over 15 years, choosing her victims with the careful precision of a sommelier selecting wine. She didn't kill for money or passion or revenge. She killed because she enjoyed watching people die, and her boarding house provided the perfect cover for her hobby. Millie was born in 1923 to a family of undertakers who had been serving Mendocino County for 3 generations. The Carmichael Funeral Home was a local institution, and Millie grew up surrounded by death in all its forms. While other children were afraid of corpses, Millie was fascinated by them. She would sneak into the embalming room to watch her father work, studying the process with the intensity of a medical student. Her parents thought her interest was natural, even admirable. They encouraged her to learn the family business, teaching her about anatomy, chemistry, and the preservation of human remains. By age 16, Millie could embalm a body as skillfully as any licensed mortician. She understood how different chemicals affected human tissue, how various substances could accelerate or delay decomposition, and most importantly, how to make murder look like natural death. When Millie's parents died in a car accident in 1947, she inherited the funeral home and a substantial amount of money. Instead of continuing the family business, she sold the property and used the proceeds to buy the boarding house on Elm Street. She told people she wanted to meet interesting travelers, to hear their stories, and learn about the world beyond Mendocino's borders. What she really wanted was access to a steady stream of potential victims who wouldn't be missed immediately. Millie's first murder took place in 1952, though it wouldn't be discovered until decades later. Her victim was a traveling salesman named Robert Chin, who had been staying at the boarding house for 2 weeks while working the territory. Robert was friendly but lonely, the kind of man who appreciated Millie's attention and enjoyed their long conversations over dinner. He had no family, no close friends, no one who would come looking if he failed to return home. Millie began adding small amounts of ricin to Robert's meals, extracted from castor beans she grew in her garden. The Vatmim poison worked slowly, causing symptoms of sick food poisoning or stomach flu. Robert assumed he'd eaten something bad at a restaurant, never suspecting that his kindly landlady was systematically destroying his internal organs. When he finally died, writhing in agony on the bathroom floor, Millie called the local doctor and tearfully explained that poor Mr. Chen had been fighting a stomach bug for days. The death certificate listed gastroenteritis as the cause, and Robert was buried in the town cemetery with a simple wooden cross. Millie kept his suitcase and personal belongings, telling people that no one had ever claimed them. She would spend hours going through his things, photographs, letters, business cards, studying the life of the man she had murdered like an archaeologist, examining artifacts. The killing gave Millie a satisfaction she had never experienced before, not sexual pleasure or emotional release, but something deeper, a sense of absolute control, of playing God with human life. She began planning her next murder before Robert Chen was even in the ground, already anticipating the thrill of selecting another victim and watching them slowly succumb to her carefully administered poison. Over the next 25 years, Millie killed 18 more people, always choosing her victims carefully from among her boarding house guests. She preferred middle-aged men traveling alone, people whose deaths wouldn't generate much investigation or media attention. She varied her methods to avoid suspicion, sometimes ricin, sometimes digitalis extracted from foxglove flowers, occasionally cyanide she synthesized from bitter almonds. Each poison required different preparation techniques and produced different symptoms, keeping Millie intellectually engaged with her hobby. Millie's victims always died in their rooms, usually in the middle of the night, when the poison reached peak toxicity. She would discover the bodies the next morning during her routine check on guests, always expressing appropriate shock and grief. She had perfected the role of the concerned landlady, complete with tears and trembling hands and offers to contact the deceased's family. Local authorities never suspected anything. After all, people died of natural causes all the time, especially travelers who might have underlying health conditions or who had been eating unfamiliar food. Between murders, Millie was a model citizen. She volunteered at the local library, organized charity drives for the church, and served on the town planning committee. Her boarding house received glowing reviews from travel guides, and she was often featured in newspaper articles about Mendocino's hospitality industry. Guests loved her homemade cookies, her recommendations for local attractions, and her willingness to share stories about the area's history. But Millie's favorite part of running the boarding house wasn't the praise or the profit. It was the intimacy of the kill. Unlike other serial killers who struck quickly and moved on, Millie got to know her victims personally. She would spend days or weeks talking with them, learning about their lives, their fears, their dreams. She would comfort them when they started feeling sick, bringing them soup and tea laced with additional poison, holding their hands as the toxins did their work. Millie kept detailed records of each murder in a leather-bound journal she hid behind a false wall in her bedroom. She documented her victims' final words, their physical symptoms, the exact time of death. She rated each killing on various criteria: efficiency, aesthetic appeal, emotional impact. She even included pressed flowers from her garden, the same plants she had used to create the poisons that ended human lives. The case that finally brought Millie down involved a retired professor named Dr. James Whitfield, who had been staying at her boarding house while researching local Native American history. Dr. Whitfield was more observant than most of Millie's victims, and he began to notice patterns that troubled him. Several guests had died during his 2-month stay, all from apparent natural causes, all after eating meals prepared by their hostess. Dr. Whitfield started keeping his own journal, documenting the symptoms he observed in fellow guests and comparing them to his knowledge of toxicology from his chemistry background. When he began experiencing similar symptoms after eating Millie's famous blueberry pie, he quietly collected samples of his food and had them tested at a laboratory in San Francisco. The results showed traces of aconitine, a deadly alkaloid found in monkshood plants. Instead of confronting Millie directly, Dr. Whitfield contacted the FBI and shared his suspicions along with the laboratory results. Federal agents launched a discreet investigation, exhuming bodies from the town cemetery and testing tissue samples for various poisons. The results were horrifying. 19 victims over 25 years, all killed with plant-based toxins that had degraded enough to avoid detection during routine autopsies. When FBI agents arrived at the boarding house with arrest warrants in 1977, they found Millie in her garden, tending to her flowers with the same care she had always shown her victims. She didn't resist arrest or attempt to deny her crimes. In fact, she seemed almost proud of her work, offering to show investigators her poison garden and explaining the cultivation techniques she had perfected over the decades. During her interrogation, Millie spoke about her murders with the enthusiasm of a master craftsman discussing her art. She explained how different toxins affected various body systems, how she had learned to time the administration of poison to maximize suffering while minimizing suspicion. She showed no remorse for her victims, referring to them as guests, even when describing their agonizing deaths. Millie was convicted on 19 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. She spent her remaining years in solitary confinement, where she continued her botanical studies by examining the weeds that grew in the prison yard. She died in her cell in 1994, found peacefully in her bed with a collection of pressed flowers arranged on her nightstand, a final tribute to the plants that had made her crimes possible. The boarding house on Elm Street was demolished after Millie's conviction, the Victorian structure torn down board by board and burned in a massive bonfire that drew crowds from across Mendocino County. The lot where it stood remains empty today, overgrown with wildflowers and brambles that bloom each spring in colors that locals find somehow unsettling. Tourist guides no longer mention the site, and most residents prefer not to discuss what happened there, as if silence could somehow undo the horror of those 25 years when death wore an apron and served pie with a smile. The lighthouse keeper on Devil's Point in Maine had been alone for so long that he'd started talking to the seagulls. Samuel Morrison had been tending the beacon for 11 years, watching ships navigate the treacherous rocks that jutted from the Atlantic like broken teeth. But what the Coast Guard didn't know, what the townspeople couldn't imagine, was that Samuel had been using his lighthouse to lure ships to their destruction, then hunting down the survivors like prey. Samuel wasn't born evil. He came into the world in 1938 in a fishing village where the smell of salt and dead fish clung to everything. His father was a lobsterman who died in a storm when Samuel was 8. His mother worked 3 jobs to keep them afloat, cleaning houses during the day and mending nets at night. Samuel learned early that the ocean gave and took without mercy, that survival meant taking what you could before someone else got there first. As a boy, Samuel spent hours exploring the tide pools, fascinated not by the living creatures, but by the dead ones. He would collect the shells of crabs that had been picked clean by gulls, the bones of fish that had washed ashore, the dried husks of sea urchins bleached white by the sun. His mother thought it was a harmless hobby. She had no idea that Samuel was already learning to find beauty in death. At 17, Samuel enlisted in the Navy and was stationed on a destroyer in the Pacific. His shipmates remembered him as competent but strange, the kind of sailor who volunteered for night watch and seemed to enjoy the isolation. During a battle with Japanese forces, Samuel's ship was badly damaged, and several crew members were killed. While others worked frantically to save the wounded, Samuel was found sitting quietly among the corpses, studying their faces with clinical detachment. After the war, Samuel drifted through a series of jobs: dock worker, fish processor, merchant marine, but he was always drawn back to the ocean, to the solitude of open water and the possibility of disaster lurking beneath the waves. In 1956, when the lighthouse keeper position at Devil's Point became available, Samuel applied immediately. The isolation that would drive most men insane was exactly what he craved. Devil's Point had earned its name honestly. The rocky outcropping extended nearly a mile into the Atlantic, surrounded by submerged ledges that had claimed dozens of ships over the decades. The lighthouse stood 90 feet tall, its beacon visible for 20 miles on a clear night. Samuel's job was simple: maintain the light, keep the lens clean, and make sure no ships ran aground on his watch. But Samuel had other plans. Within months of taking the position, he began studying the shipping lanes, memorizing the schedules of cargo vessels and fishing boats that passed his station. He learned to read weather patterns, to predict when fog would roll in and reduce visibility to zero. Most importantly, he figured out how to manipulate his lighthouse beam to confuse rather than guide. Samuel's first victims were the crew of a lobster boat called the Mary Catherine, caught in heavy fog on a November night in 1957. Instead of sweeping his beam in the standard pattern, Samuel aimed it directly at the boat, creating the illusion that safe harbor lay ahead. The captain, desperate to reach shelter before the storm worsened, followed the light straight onto the rocks. Samuel watched through binoculars as the boat broke apart on the jagged granite. 3 men made it into the water, struggling against the current in their heavy oilskins. Samuel could have launched the rescue boat, could have thrown them a line, could have called for help. Instead, he climbed down to the rocks and waited. The first survivor to reach shore was barely conscious, hypothermic and bleeding from multiple cuts. Samuel dragged him away from the water, not to safety but to a cave he had prepared specifically for this purpose. The man's name was Eddie Torino, and he spent his last 3 hours on Earth learning what Samuel Morrison had become during his years of isolation. Samuel didn't kill quickly. He was fascinated by the process of dying, by how the human body fought against the inevitable. He used tools he had fashioned from driftwood and scrap metal, testing different methods, timing responses, documenting everything in a journal he kept hidden behind loose stones in the lighthouse foundation. Eddie Torino's death was the first entry, but it wouldn't be the last. Over the next 15 years, Samuel lured 17 ships to their destruction on the rocks of Devil's Point. Some were small fishing boats with crews of 2 or 3. Others were larger vessels carrying a dozen men or more. Samuel didn't discriminate. He killed captains and deckhands with equal enthusiasm, treating each wreck like Christmas morning. Not everyone died in the initial crashes. Samuel made sure of that by timing his false signals to cause maximum damage while leaving some survivors to wash ashore. These men, cold, injured, desperate for rescue, became his playthings. He would appear as their savior, helping them to the lighthouse, offering food and warmth and shelter. Only when they were completely helpless did he reveal his true nature. Samuel's cave laboratory grew more sophisticated with each killing. He installed pulleys and chains salvaged from wrecked ships, created restraint systems using rope and hardware from his victims' own vessels. He collected souvenirs, wedding rings, watches, photographs. But these weren't trophies in the traditional sense. To Samuel, they were research materials, helping him understand the psychology of men facing certain death. The Coast Guard praised Samuel's dedication to duty. His lighthouse had one of the best safety records in Maine, they said, never mind the occasional wreck that occurred during heavy weather. Samuel received commendations for his service, bonuses for his reliability, and letters of appreciation from shipping companies whose vessels safely navigated past Devil's Point on clear nights. But Samuel's true masterpiece was yet to come. In 1972, he spotted a luxury yacht approaching during a thick fog bank. The Serendipity, carrying a wealthy businessman, his wife, and their teenage son on a pleasure cruise up the coast. Samuel had been tracking the vessel for hours, waiting for the perfect moment to spring his trap. The yacht was equipped with modern navigation equipment, but Samuel had learned to overwhelm electronic systems with conflicting signals from powerful radio transmitters he had salvaged over the years. The family trusted their instruments, following what they believed was guidance from the lighthouse toward safe harbor. Instead, Samuel guided them directly into a cluster of underwater rocks known locally as the Devil's Teeth. The yacht broke apart with spectacular violence, its fiberglass hull no match for granite that had been hardened by millennia of storms. Samuel watched through his telescope as the family struggled in the churning water, the parents trying desperately to keep their son afloat. This time, all three made it to shore alive, though badly injured. Samuel spent the next week with his captives, keeping them alive through careful medical attention while conducting the most elaborate experiments of his career. He was particularly interested in the psychological dynamics of a family unit under extreme stress, documenting how parental instincts affected decision-making and pain tolerance. The teenager lasted the longest, his youth and resilience providing Samuel with unprecedented research opportunities. Samuel's downfall came from an unexpected source, his own success. The businessman he had murdered was the heir to a shipping fortune, and his disappearance triggered a massive search and rescue operation involving multiple Coast Guard vessels and aircraft. When investigators found debris from the Serendipity scattered across Devil's Point, they began asking questions about the unusual number of wrecks in the area. A Coast Guard inspector named Lieutenant Patricia Hayes noticed discrepancies in Samuel's logbooks, gaps in the recorded beam patterns that didn't match his reported activities. She also discovered that several of the wrecks had occurred during weather conditions that shouldn't have caused navigation problems for experienced crews. Hayes began a covert investigation, installing hidden cameras near the lighthouse and monitoring Samuel's radio transmissions. What she captured on film was beyond belief. Samuel manipulating his beacon to create false signals, using radio equipment to jam navigation systems, standing on the rocks with binoculars to watch ships break apart. Most damning of all, she recorded him dragging a survivor away from the water toward his cave, the man's screams echoing across the rocky point until they suddenly stopped. When Coast Guard officers arrived to arrest Samuel in March 1973, they found him in his cave laboratory, calmly organizing his collection of victim souvenirs. He had been expecting them, he said, had seen their boats approaching, and knew his research was finally coming to an end. He offered no resistance, no denials, no excuses. He simply asked if they wanted to see his journal entries, which he believed contained valuable insights into human behavior under extreme conditions. The cave contained evidence of 43 murders spanning 15 years, far more than the 17 shipwrecks Samuel had caused. Many victims had apparently been lone survivors from other maritime accidents, fishermen or sailors who had washed ashore seeking help, only to become subjects in Samuel's twisted experiments. The cave walls were decorated with charts and diagrams, detailed anatomical drawings, and photographs documenting various stages of human decomposition. Samuel's trial was held in closed session due to the graphic nature of the evidence. He showed no emotion as prosecutors described his crimes, occasionally taking notes as if he were attending a scientific lecture. When asked to explain his actions, Samuel spoke with the calm precision of a researcher presenting findings to colleagues. He described his victims as volunteers in a grand study of human mortality, contributors to a greater understanding of life and death. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before returning guilty verdicts on 43 counts of first-degree murder. Samuel was sentenced to death, but the execution was delayed repeatedly due to appeals and legal technicalities. He spent 18 years on death row, where he continued his research by observing the behavior of condemned inmates and documenting their responses to impending execution. Samuel Morrison was executed by electric chair on October 15, 1991. His last words were a request that his research journals be preserved for future scientific study. Prison officials instead had them destroyed, along with his photographs and anatomical drawings. The Coast Guard decommissioned the lighthouse at Devil's Point, replacing it with an automated beacon that required no human operator. Today, Devil's Point remains uninhabited, its lighthouse dark and crumbling. Local fishermen avoid the area, claiming the waters are cursed, that ships still run aground despite the modern navigation equipment. Coast Guard records show an unusually high number of maritime accidents in the vicinity, though officials attribute this to dangerous currents and hidden rocks rather than supernatural causes. But on foggy nights, when visibility drops to zero and the wind howls across the rocky point, some sailors report seeing a light where no light should be, a beam that seems to beckon them toward the jagged granite teeth that wait beneath the waves. The Coast Guard investigates these reports, but never finds anything except empty rocks and churning water. They tell themselves it's just reflected moonlight or the headlights of passing cars. But they know the truth that no one wants to acknowledge. Some evil is too deep to die, too persistent to destroy, too patient to ever truly rest. The old mining town of Copper Falls, Nevada, had been dying slowly for 30 years when Vincent D'Angelo arrived in 1963. The silver veins had played out, the population had dwindled to less than 300, and most of the businesses had boarded up their windows and moved on. What remained was a collection of stubborn old-timers, desperate drifters, and broken dreamers who had nowhere else to go. It was the perfect place for a man who wanted to disappear, to start over, to reinvent himself completely. Vincent told people he was a retired accountant from Chicago, looking for peace and quiet in his golden years. He rented a small house on the edge of town, kept to himself, and paid his bills on time. The locals respected his privacy and appreciated that he didn't ask too many questions about their own past mistakes and disappointments. What they didn't know was that Vincent D'Angelo wasn't his real name, that he wasn't retired from accounting, and that his idea of peace and quiet involved activities that would have sent the entire population of Copper Falls screaming into the desert. Vincent had been born Marcus Eugene Holloway in 1923 in Detroit, Michigan, the son of a factory worker and a seamstress. His childhood had been unremarkable, except for one disturbing trait. He was obsessed with control, with power over other living things. He started with insects, then moved on to neighborhood cats and dogs, always careful to make the deaths look accidental. His parents noticed their son's lack of empathy but attributed it to shyness, never imagining that Marcus was already fantasizing about extending his experiments to human subjects. During World War II, Marcus enlisted in the army and was assigned to a unit that processed prisoners of war. The job gave him access to vulnerable people who were already broken, already isolated from any support system. Marcus volunteered for night shifts, claiming he needed the extra pay, but his real motivation was the opportunity to conduct private interrogations with selected prisoners. Several POWs died in custody during Marcus's service, all from apparent heart failure or suicide, though fellow soldiers sometimes reported hearing screams from the detention barracks during his shifts. After the war, Marcus changed his name to Vincent D'Angelo and moved west, staying ahead of any investigations into the prisoner deaths. He worked a series of jobs that gave him access to isolated or vulnerable people: night security at hospitals, custodian at nursing homes, maintenance worker at psychiatric facilities. In each position, Marcus learned new techniques, refined his methods, and left behind a trail of unexplained deaths that were always attributed to natural causes or accidents. By the time Vincent arrived in Copper Falls, he had been killing people for over 20 years. But the small-town environment presented new challenges and opportunities. Everyone knew everyone else's business, which made it harder to operate in secret. But it also meant that when people disappeared, the community was more likely to assume they had simply moved on to find work elsewhere, rather than suspect foul play. Vincent's first victim in Copper Falls was an elderly prospector named Jake Henley, who lived alone in a shack about 5 miles outside town. Jake had been working a played-out claim for 15 years, sustained by rumors of a hidden vein that would make him rich someday. He was a harmless old drunk who bothered no one and had no family or friends who would miss him immediately. Vincent approached Jake with a business proposition. He claimed to have geological surveys that showed promising mineral deposits on Jake's property, and he offered to become a silent partner in exchange for providing equipment and supplies. Jake was desperate enough to agree, and the partnership gave Vincent legitimate reasons to visit the isolated shack regularly without arousing suspicion. The killing took place over several weeks. Vincent had learned that slow poisoning was often more satisfying than quick violence, and he had access to various industrial chemicals through his job as the town's part-time maintenance supervisor. He began adding small amounts of mercury to Jake's coffee, watching with clinical fascination as the old man's nervous system gradually deteriorated. Jake attributed his symptoms to age and alcohol, never suspecting that his helpful partner was systematically destroying his brain and organs. When Jake finally died, writhing in agony on the floor of his shack, Vincent staged the scene to look like a heart attack. He called the sheriff, explained tearfully that he had found his partner dead during a routine business visit, and even helped carry the body into town for burial. The death certificate listed natural causes, and Jake was buried in the town cemetery with a simple wooden marker that Vincent paid for himself. Vincent inherited Jake's mining claim through forged documents he had prepared months in advance. The property gave him a perfect base of operations, isolated, accessible only by a rough dirt road, and far enough from town that screams wouldn't carry. Vincent began converting Jake's shack into something else entirely, something that would serve his needs for the experiments he had been planning since his arrival in Copper Falls. Over the next 12 years, Vincent killed 18 more people in and around Copper Falls. His victims were always chosen from the town's most marginal residents, drifters passing through, chronic alcoholics, elderly people with no family, anyone whose disappearance could be explained away without extensive investigation. Vincent had studied the community carefully, mapping its social networks and identifying individuals who existed on its periphery. Vincent's method evolved with each killing. He learned to exploit the trust that small-town residents placed in neighbors and civic officials. As the town's maintenance supervisor, he had access to most buildings and a legitimate reason to be anywhere at any time. He could enter victims' homes to plant evidence of departure, forge goodbye notes, even stage break-ins that would support theories about robbery or assault by outsiders. The converted mining shack became Vincent's laboratory, equipped with restraints, medical instruments, and recording equipment he had acquired through various channels over the years. He was particularly interested in the psychology of hope, how long people could maintain optimism in hopeless situations, what promises or threats were most effective in controlling behavior, how the human mind processed the transition from fear to despair to acceptance. Vincent kept detailed records of each experiment, documenting his victims' responses to different stimuli and comparing their reactions based on age, gender, and background. He developed theories about pain tolerance, tested hypotheses about survival instincts, and created statistical models based on hundreds of hours of observed human suffering. To him, murder wasn't about anger or pleasure. It was about knowledge, about understanding the fundamental nature of human existence. The sheriff of Copper Falls, a man named Bill Garrett, began to notice patterns that troubled him by the mid-1970s. Too many people were disappearing from his jurisdiction, and while each case had a plausible explanation, the cumulative effect was starting to feel suspicious. Garrett was a good lawman who had learned to trust his instincts, and his instincts were telling him that something was very wrong in his quiet town. Garrett began his own investigation, quietly reviewing missing persons reports and looking for connections between the disappeared. What he found was disturbing. Nearly 20 people had vanished from Copper Falls and the surrounding area over the past decade, far more than could be explained by normal population movement. Even more troubling, several of the missing had mentioned Vincent D'Angelo in their final conversations with friends or neighbors. The breakthrough came when Garrett decided to search the abandoned mining areas around town, looking for evidence that might explain the disappearances. He found Jake Henley's old claim, now supposedly owned by Vincent D'Angelo, and noticed that the property showed signs of regular activity despite being supposedly played out. Fresh tire tracks led to the converted shack, and Garrett could see that the building had been extensively modified with new construction that seemed out of place for a mining operation. When Garrett obtained a search warrant and entered the shack in November 1975, he found a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The interior had been converted into a sophisticated torture chamber, complete with surgical equipment, recording devices, and detailed charts documenting human responses to various forms of trauma. Photographs covered one wall, images of Vincent's victims in various stages of suffering and death, labeled with dates and clinical observations. Vincent was arrested without incident at his house in town, where he was calmly eating dinner and reading a book about geology. He showed no surprise when the officers arrived, as if he had been expecting them. During his interrogation, Vincent spoke about his crimes with the detached professionalism of a researcher presenting findings at a scientific conference. He offered to help investigators locate his victims' remains, drawing detailed maps from memory and providing precise GPS coordinates for burial sites scattered across the Nevada desert. The trial of Vincent D'Angelo became a media sensation, drawing reporters from across the country to the tiny courthouse in Copper Falls. Vincent's defense team argued that he was insane, citing psychological evaluations that diagnosed him with severe antisocial personality disorder and paranoid delusions. But prosecutors successfully argued that Vincent's methodical planning, detailed record keeping, and ability to maintain a normal facade for over a decade proved that he knew his actions were wrong and had chosen to commit them anyway. Vincent was convicted on 19 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 16 years on death row at Nevada State Prison, where he continued his research by observing the behavior of fellow inmates and documenting their psychological deterioration. He filled dozens of notebooks with behavioral analysis and statistical data, always maintaining that his work had scientific value that would eventually be recognized by academic institutions. On August 23, 1991, Vincent D'Angelo was executed by lethal injection. His last meal was a simple sandwich and a cup of coffee, and his final words were a request that his research materials be donated to a university psychology department. Prison officials instead destroyed his journals and photographs, along with the equipment found at his desert laboratory. The mining shack was demolished and the property sealed off, though local rumors suggest that human remains are still being discovered by hikers and prospectors who venture too far into the surrounding wilderness. Copper Falls never recovered from the scandal of Vincent D'Angelo's crimes. The few remaining residents abandoned the town within a few years, unable to live with the knowledge of what had happened in their community. Today, Copper Falls is a genuine ghost town, its buildings slowly crumbling under the Nevada sun, its streets empty except for the occasional tourist who comes to see where one of America's most methodical serial killers conducted his twisted research. But the desert keeps its secrets, and investigators believe that Vincent's true victim count may never be known. The vastness of the Nevada wilderness, the passage of time, and the scattering of remains across hundreds of square miles make complete recovery impossible. Somewhere in that endless expanse of sand and rock, the bones of Vincent D'Angelo's victims still lie waiting to be found, silent testimony to the evil that once walked among the living, wearing the face of a helpful neighbor and the smile of a trusted friend. The fluorescent lights in the Riverside General Hospital morgue flickered incessantly, casting dancing shadows across the stainless steel tables where Dr. Eleanor Vance performed her autopsies. For 12 years, she had been the county's chief medical examiner, respected for her thoroughness and dedication to finding the truth behind every death that crossed her table. What no one knew was that Dr. Vance had been creating those deaths herself, systematically murdering patients under the guise of medical care. Eleanor wasn't born with blood on her hands. She entered the world in 1951 in Portland, Oregon, the daughter of two physicians who ran a small family practice. Her childhood was spent in the sterile hospital corridors, surrounded by the smell of antiseptic and the quiet authority of medical professionals. While other children played with dolls, Eleanor dissected frogs in her father's basement laboratory, studying their anatomy with the focused intensity of someone twice her age. Medical school came naturally to Eleanor. She excelled in pathology, drawn to the precision of death, the finality of diagnosis, the absolute control that came with determining cause and manner. Her professors praised her attention to detail, her ability to spot evidence that others missed, her unwavering composure in the face of even the most disturbing cases. They had no idea they were training someone who would use those skills to perfect murder. After completing her residency, Eleanor took a position as assistant medical examiner in Riverside County, a quiet jurisdiction where violent crime was rare and most deaths were straightforward: heart attacks, strokes, accidents. The work should have been routine, even boring. But Eleanor discovered something that changed everything. She could alter the findings, manipulate the evidence, and no one would ever question her conclusions. Her first victim was a homeless man named William Torres, who had been brought to the emergency room suffering from severe pneumonia. William was alone, no family, no friends, no one who would ask difficult questions about his treatment. Eleanor volunteered to assist with his care, offering to monitor his condition during the night shift when staffing was minimal. At 3:17 a.m., Eleanor entered William's room and injected air directly into his IV line, causing a massive embolism that stopped his heart within minutes. When the Code Blue team arrived, Eleanor was already performing CPR, tearfully explaining that she had found the patient in cardiac arrest. The death was attributed to complications from pneumonia, and William was buried in the county cemetery with a simple wooden marker. But Eleanor's real innovation came during the autopsy. As the medical examiner assigned to the case, she had complete control over the findings. She documented evidence of severe lung infection, noted the patient's compromised immune system, and concluded that death was due to natural causes. No one questioned her report. No one had reason to doubt the word of a respected physician. The killing gave Eleanor something she had never experienced before: absolute power over life and death, combined with the intellectual satisfaction of creating the perfect crime. She began planning her next murder before William Torres was even in the ground, already selecting potential victims from among the hospital's most vulnerable patients. Over the next 8 years, Eleanor killed 43 people, always choosing patients who were already sick, already expected to die, already written off by the medical system. Terminal cancer patients, elderly stroke victims, people in vegetative states, individuals whose deaths would be seen as merciful releases rather than suspicious events. Eleanor's methods became increasingly sophisticated. She learned to induce heart attacks using potassium chloride, to cause strokes with carefully placed air bubbles, to trigger fatal allergic reactions with substances that would metabolize quickly and leave no trace. Each killing was a masterpiece of medical knowledge applied to murderous ends, a demonstration of how healing skills could be perverted into instruments of death. The hospital administration praised Eleanor's compassionate care. Her patients died peacefully, without pain, surrounded by the quiet dignity that she brought to their final moments. Families thanked her for her kindness, for her gentle explanations about their loved ones' conditions, for her willingness to stay late and provide comfort during difficult times. They had no idea that their gratitude was directed at the person who had actually caused their grief. Between killings, Eleanor maintained a perfect professional facade. She published research papers on forensic pathology, testified as an expert witness in criminal trials, and taught courses at the local medical school. Her colleagues respected her expertise, her dedication, her unwavering commitment to finding the truth in every case she examined. None of them suspected that the truth she was finding was actually lies she had carefully constructed. Eleanor's private life was equally unremarkable. She lived alone in a modest apartment near the hospital, spent her evenings reading medical journals, and had no close personal relationships. Her co-workers attributed her solitary nature to the demands of her job, the emotional toll of dealing with death on a daily basis. They couldn't imagine that Eleanor actually found her work energizing, that each successful murder filled her with a satisfaction that normal human connections could never provide. The case that finally exposed Eleanor's crimes began with a routine autopsy in 1991. A 68-year-old woman named Margaret Chen had died during what should have been a minor surgical procedure, and Eleanor was assigned to determine the cause. During the examination, a sharp-eyed forensic technician named David Park noticed something unusual: microscopic evidence of potassium chloride injection that Eleanor had missed during her preparation. David had worked with Eleanor for 3 years and had never questioned her findings before, but something about this case troubled him, a nagging sense that the evidence didn't quite match the official cause of death. Instead of confronting Eleanor directly, David quietly began reviewing her previous cases, looking for similar inconsistencies in the autopsy reports. What David found was a pattern that chilled him to the bone. Over the past 8 years, Eleanor had performed autopsies on an unusually high number of patients who had died under her direct medical care. The statistical probability of one physician being present at so many unexpected deaths was virtually impossible unless that physician was deliberately causing those deaths. David took his suspicions to the hospital administration, providing detailed analysis of autopsy reports and death certificates that showed clear signs of manipulation. The administrators were initially skeptical. Eleanor Vance was one of their most respected physicians, a woman whose integrity had never been questioned. But the evidence David presented was too compelling to ignore. A covert investigation was launched, involving both hospital security and law enforcement agencies. Hidden cameras were installed in patient rooms. Eleanor's activities were monitored around the clock, and her access to medical supplies was quietly tracked. Within 2 weeks, investigators had captured video evidence of Eleanor injecting an unknown substance into the IV line of an elderly patient who died minutes later. When confronted with the evidence, Eleanor showed no emotion, no surprise, no attempt at denial. She sat calmly in the hospital administrator's office and began confessing to murders spanning nearly a decade. She spoke about her victims with clinical detachment, describing their deaths as medical procedures rather than homicides. She seemed almost proud of her work, of the precision with which she had planned and executed each killing. Eleanor's trial became a sensation in the medical community, raising disturbing questions about oversight and accountability in healthcare settings. Expert witnesses testified about the ease with which physicians could commit murder while appearing to provide compassionate care. The case led to new protocols for monitoring patient deaths and investigating suspicious patterns in hospital mortality rates. Eleanor was convicted on 43 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. She spent her remaining years in solitary confinement, where she continued studying medical literature and documenting her observations about human behavior under extreme stress. She maintained until her death that her killings were scientific experiments, contributions to the understanding of death and dying. She died in her cell in 2008, found peacefully in her bed with a medical textbook open beside her. Her final journal entry read, "Death remains the ultimate teacher. In taking 43 lives, I learned more about the nature of existence than most physicians discover in entire careers. My only regret is that my research was interrupted before reaching its full potential." The case of Dr. Eleanor Vance remains a cautionary tale in medical schools across the country, a reminder that the oath to first do no harm can be perverted by individuals who see healing as just another form of control. Her victims were remembered not just for the manner of their deaths, but for the trust they placed in someone whose profession demanded compassion and whose actions demonstrated nothing but calculated cruelty. The night janitor at Millfield Elementary School had been hearing strange sounds from the basement for weeks. Soft scraping noises, muffled thumping, occasional whispers that seemed to come from behind the concrete walls. Marcus Webb figured it was just the old building settling, pipes expanding and contracting, maybe rats in the walls. He had no idea that the sounds were coming from the secret room that groundskeeper Arthur Paulson had been constructing for the past 6 months, a room designed specifically for the torture and murder of anyone foolish enough to trust him. Arthur had been working at Millfield Elementary for 15 years, maintaining the grounds, repairing broken equipment, and earning the trust of teachers and parents who saw him as a gentle, reliable man who genuinely cared about children's safety. They were right about one thing. Arthur did care about children, but not in the way anyone imagined. His interest was darker, more complex, rooted in a need for control that had been growing stronger with each passing year. Arthur Eugene Paulson was born in 1949 in rural Kentucky, raised by grandparents who were too old and too tired to properly supervise a child with his particular inclinations. From an early age, Arthur showed signs of what psychologists would later classify as severe antisocial behavior, cruelty to animals, fascination with fire, complete inability to form emotional connections with other people. His grandparents attributed his oddness to shyness, never recognizing the predator developing in their home. School was torture for Arthur, not because of academics, but because of the social dynamics he could never understand or navigate. Other children sensed something wrong with him, an invisible wrongness that made them avoid him instinctively. Teachers found him polite but unsettling, the kind of student who stared too long and smiled at inappropriate moments. Arthur learned to mimic normal behavior, but beneath the surface, his resentment was building into something much more dangerous. After dropping out of high school at 16, Arthur drifted through a series of jobs that gave him access to isolated or vulnerable people. He worked as a hospital orderly, a nursing home aide, a school custodian in 3 different states. In each position, Arthur studied the routines, learned the weak points in security systems, and identified individuals who could disappear without immediate investigation. But he was always careful, always patient, never acting on his impulses until he was certain he could avoid detection. The job at Millfield Elementary was perfect for Arthur's needs. As head groundskeeper, he had access to every part of the building, including areas that were rarely visited by other staff members. The basement storage rooms, the mechanical spaces, the forgotten corners where old equipment gathered dust. These became Arthur's domain, places where he could work on his special projects without interruption. Arthur's first victim at Millfield wasn't a child, as investigators initially suspected. It was a substitute teacher named Linda Morrison, who had been staying late to prepare lessons for the following day. Linda was new to the district, didn't know anyone well, and had mentioned to Arthur that she would be working alone in her classroom until well past midnight. It was exactly the kind of opportunity Arthur had been waiting for. Arthur approached Linda around 11 p.m., claiming there was a water leak in the basement that might affect the electrical system in her classroom. He offered to show her the problem, suggesting she might want to move her materials to a safer location. Linda trusted him. After all, Arthur was a familiar face, a long-time employee who had always been helpful and courteous. She followed him down to the basement, where Arthur's true nature finally emerged. The attack was swift and precise. Arthur had been planning it for months, studying Linda's habits and preparing the basement room for exactly this purpose. He used a modified taser to incapacitate her, then restraints he had fashioned from maintenance supplies to keep her helpless. What followed was a nightmare that lasted 14 hours, ending only when Arthur finally grew bored with his victim's suffering. Arthur disposed of Linda's body using the school's industrial wood chipper, scattering the remains across the football field under cover of darkness. The machine reduced her to fragments so small they were indistinguishable from the mulch Arthur regularly spread around the school grounds. Linda Morrison simply vanished, leaving behind only a missing person report and a few personal items that Arthur kept as souvenirs. The success of his first murder at Millfield convinced Arthur that he had found the perfect hunting ground. Over the next 2 years, 5 more people disappeared after having final interactions with the helpful groundskeeper, a parent volunteer who stayed late for a fundraising event, a delivery driver who came to the school after hours, a security guard from a private company who was supposed to conduct a routine inspection. Arthur's victims shared certain characteristics. They were all adults who had legitimate reasons to be at the school during off hours, people whose disappearances could be explained by the assumption that they had left the building and encountered trouble elsewhere. Arthur was careful never to target anyone whose absence would immediately focus attention on the school itself. The basement room evolved with each killing, becoming more sophisticated as Arthur learned from experience and refined his methods. He installed soundproofing using materials he claimed were needed for building maintenance. He created drainage systems that would handle bodily fluids. He set up recording equipment to document his experiments, studying his victims' responses with the detached curiosity of a scientist conducting research. Between murders, Arthur was the perfect employee. He arrived early, stayed late, and maintained the school grounds with meticulous attention to detail. Teachers praised his reliability, parents appreciated his friendly demeanor, and administrators considered him an invaluable asset to the district. No one noticed that Arthur's garden beds were unusually fertile, that the grass on the football field grew with exceptional vigor, that the mulch around the playground had an oddly varied texture. Arthur's downfall came from his own overconfidence. By 1993, he had grown so comfortable with his methods that he began taking greater risks, targeting victims who were more likely to be missed quickly. His final victim was Rebecca Santos, a young teacher who had been working late to decorate her classroom for a special event. Rebecca was popular, well-connected, and had told multiple people exactly where she would be and when she expected to finish her work. When Rebecca failed to return home that night, her husband immediately called the police and insisted on a thorough search of the school building. Arthur volunteered to help with the investigation, offering his expertise about the building's layout and suggesting areas where someone might hide or become trapped. His eagerness to assist actually raised suspicions among the investigating officers, who had learned to be wary of individuals who inserted themselves too deeply into criminal investigations. A thorough search of the basement revealed Arthur's secret room, hidden behind a false wall that he had constructed using his position as groundskeeper to avoid detection. Inside, investigators found evidence of multiple murders, bloodstains, recording equipment, personal items belonging to missing persons, and detailed journals documenting Arthur's crimes over a 15-year period. The journals were the most disturbing evidence of all. Arthur had documented each murder with clinical precision, describing his victims' final moments, analyzing their psychological responses to terror, and rating each killing based on various criteria, including duration, intensity, and aesthetic appeal. He had treated murder like a hobby, complete with statistics, comparisons, and plans for future improvements to his technique. Arthur's arrest sent shockwaves through the Millfield community. Parents struggled to explain to their children how someone they had trusted, someone who had seemed so caring and reliable, could have committed such horrific crimes. The school district implemented new security measures, background check procedures, and oversight protocols designed to prevent similar tragedies in the future. During his trial, Arthur showed no remorse for his actions. He spoke about his victims as if they were laboratory subjects, describing their deaths in terms of scientific observation rather than human tragedy. Expert witnesses testified that Arthur displayed classic symptoms of psychopathy, complete lack of empathy, grandiose sense of self-worth, and inability to form genuine emotional connections with other people, Arthur was convicted on 6 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 12 years on death row, where he continued his psychological research by observing fellow inmates and documenting their behavior in notebooks that were regularly confiscated by prison officials. He maintained until his execution that his killings were valuable contributions to the understanding of human psychology under extreme stress. On September 14, 2005, Arthur Eugene Paulson was executed by lethal injection. His last words were a request that his research materials be donated to a university psychology department, a request that was denied by prison officials who instead had all his writings destroyed. The basement room at Millfield Elementary was sealed with concrete, and the school district quietly transferred ownership of the building to avoid ongoing associations with the crimes. Today, Millfield Elementary operates in a new building across town, but the memory of Arthur Paulson's crimes continues to haunt the community. Parents still ask questions about background checks and security procedures. Teachers still feel uneasy when working alone after hours, and groundskeepers across the district still face suspicious looks from colleagues who remember that evil can wear a maintenance uniform and carry a set of keys to places where screams cannot be heard. The case of Arthur Paulson remains a reminder that predators often hide in plain sight, wearing familiar faces and earning trust through years of seemingly normal behavior. His victims were remembered not just for the horror of their deaths, but for the trust they placed in someone whose job was to protect the environment where children learned and played, someone who perverted that responsibility into an opportunity for unspeakable cruelty. The Methodist Church in Clearwater, Iowa, hosted its annual bake sale every third Saturday in October, and Margaret Finch had been bringing her famous apple turnovers for 17 consecutive years. The congregation loved her pastries, always asking for the recipe, always praising her dedication to the community. What they didn't know was that Margaret had been selecting certain customers each year, adding special ingredients to their portions, ingredients that would cause agonizing deaths within 72 hours. Margaret wasn't born with murder in her heart. She came into the world in 1934 on a dairy farm outside Cedar Rapids, the youngest of 4 daughters in a family that valued hard work and Christian devotion. Her childhood was spent churning butter, collecting eggs, and learning the domestic skills that would define her adult life. She excelled at cooking and baking, winning blue ribbons at county fairs and earning praise from church ladies who considered her a model of feminine virtue. But beneath Margaret's perfect exterior lurked something twisted, something that had been festering since childhood. She had always been fascinated by the power of food, by how something that brought pleasure could also bring pain. As a young girl, she experimented with her family's livestock, adding various plants and substances to their feed to observe the effects. When animals died from her experiments, Margaret felt a rush of excitement that she learned to hide behind tears and expressions of innocent confusion. After graduating from high school, Margaret married Harold Finch, a quiet accountant who appreciated her domestic skills and never questioned her increasingly elaborate cooking projects. They settled in Clearwater in 1955, where Margaret quickly established herself as the town's premier baker. Her pies won contests, her cookies were legendary, and her dinner invitations were considered the highest social honor the small community could bestow. Margaret's first human victim was Mrs. Dorothy Kellerman, an elderly widow who had made the mistake of criticizing Margaret's contribution to a church potluck dinner in 1961. Dorothy mentioned to several people that Margaret's cornbread seemed a bit dry, a casual comment that struck Margaret as a personal attack requiring retaliation. The following Sunday, Margaret brought Dorothy a special loaf of banana bread made with oleander leaves she had carefully processed in her kitchen. Dorothy died 3 days later, writhing in agony as the cardiac glycosides shut down her heart. The death was attributed to natural causes. After all, Dorothy was 73 and had been complaining of chest pains for months. Margaret attended the funeral, bringing a casserole for the grieving family and shedding appropriate tears for her dear friend's passing. No one suspected that the town's most beloved baker had committed the perfect murder. The killing gave Margaret a satisfaction she had never experienced before. Not just the power over life and death, but the intellectual challenge of selecting the right poison for each victim, the precision required to calculate dosages, the thrill of watching her targets consume their own destruction with smiles and compliments. Margaret began planning her next murder before Dorothy was even in the ground. Over the next 26 years, Margaret killed 31 people using her baked goods as delivery systems for various toxins. She researched poisonous plants, studied their effects on human physiology, and developed techniques for extracting and concentrating their deadly compounds. Her basement became a laboratory where she processed deathcap mushrooms, castor beans, and foxglove flowers into powders that could be seamlessly incorporated into her recipes. Margaret's victims were chosen carefully from among Clearwater's population. People who had slighted her, who had questioned her authority, who had failed to show proper appreciation for her contributions to community life. A bank teller who had been rude during a transaction. A school board member who had voted against her proposal for a new cafeteria. A neighbor whose dog had relieved itself on Margaret's prized rose bushes. The beauty of Margaret's method was its invisibility. Poisoning symptoms often resembled common illnesses: stomach flu, food poisoning, heart problems. In a small town with limited medical resources, detailed toxicology testing was rarely performed on elderly or already sick victims. Margaret had learned to select poisons that metabolized quickly, leaving little trace in post-mortem examinations that were usually cursory at best. Margaret kept meticulous records of her crimes in a recipe book disguised as a collection of family cooking secrets. Each entry detailed the victim, the poison used, the delivery method, and the observed effects. She rated each killing based on efficiency, artistic merit, and personal satisfaction. To anyone who might accidentally see the book, it appeared to be nothing more than an enthusiastic cook's notes on ingredient substitutions and preparation techniques. Between murders, Margaret was Clearwater's most prominent citizen. She organized charity drives, coordinated church events, and served on numerous civic committees. Her baking skills were legendary throughout the county, and she was frequently invited to judge cooking contests and demonstrate techniques at community gatherings. Everyone loved Margaret Finch, right up until the moment they took their final bite of her latest creation. Margaret's downfall came in 1987 when she made the mistake of targeting someone with connections outside Clearwater's insular community. Dr. Richard Hawthorne had recently moved to town to establish a medical practice, bringing with him experience in emergency medicine and toxicology. When Margaret decided that Dr. Hawthorne's modern methods were threatening her influence as the town's unofficial health advisor, she prepared a special batch of chocolate chip cookies laced with ricin. Dr. Hawthorne became violently ill after eating the cookies, but his medical training allowed him to recognize the symptoms as poisoning rather than foodborne illness. He immediately sought treatment at a larger hospital in Des Moines, where sophisticated testing revealed traces of ricin in his blood. The discovery triggered an investigation that eventually led back to Margaret's kitchen. When police searched Margaret's house, they found her laboratory, her poison garden, and her recipe book full of coded murder confessions. Margaret didn't deny her crimes when confronted with the evidence. In fact, she seemed almost proud of her work, offering to explain her techniques and demonstrate the extraction processes she had perfected over the decades. During her trial, Margaret spoke about her victims with the same enthusiasm she had once brought to discussing ingredients and cooking methods. She described their deaths as culinary achievements, works of art that combined her domestic skills with her scientific knowledge. The jury was horrified by her complete lack of remorse and her obvious pride in her murderous accomplishments. Margaret was convicted on 31 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. She died in her cell in 2003, found peacefully in her bed with a cookbook open beside her. Prison officials discovered that she had been attempting to grow poisonous plants in her cell window, using seeds smuggled in through unknown means. The case of Margaret Finch shattered Clearwater's sense of security and trust. Residents struggled to accept that their most beloved neighbor had been systematically murdering people for over 2 decades. The annual church bake sale was canceled permanently, and many longtime residents found themselves unable to accept homemade food from anyone, no matter how well they thought they knew the cook. Margaret's house was demolished after her conviction. The property sold to developers who built a small shopping center where her kitchen laboratory had once stood. But the memory of her crimes continues to haunt Clearwater, a reminder that evil can wear an apron and offer you a second helping while planning your death with the same care most people reserve for Sunday dinner. The railroad yard in Millbrook, Colorado, stretched for miles under the endless western sky, a maze of tracks and boxcars where freight trains assembled for journeys across the continent. It was the kind of place where transients gathered, where drifters caught rides to nowhere, where a man could disappear without anyone asking questions. For Thomas Earl Hutchinson, it was paradise, a hunting ground where prey delivered itself directly to his doorstep. Thomas had been working as a railroad security guard since 1969, patrolling the yards with a flashlight and a clipboard, supposedly checking for vandals and unauthorized personnel. But Thomas wasn't interested in protecting railroad property. He was interested in the vulnerable people who sought shelter in empty boxcars, the homeless veterans and runaway teenagers who thought they were invisible to the straight world. Thomas saw them all, cataloged their weaknesses, and selected the ones who would never be missed. Thomas Earl Hutchinson was born in 1935 in Pueblo, Colorado, the son of a railroad engineer who died in a switching accident when Thomas was 12. His mother, overwhelmed by grief and financial pressure, sent him to live with relatives in Kansas, where he spent his teenage years working on wheat farms and learning to hide his growing fascination with violence. Thomas discovered early that he could hurt animals without consequence, that rural isolation provided perfect cover for increasingly elaborate experiments in causing pain. After high school, Thomas enlisted in the Army and was deployed to Korea, where he volunteered for duties that involved handling enemy prisoners. Fellow soldiers remembered him as quiet but effective, someone who could extract information when conventional interrogation methods failed. What they didn't realize was that Thomas wasn't interested in intelligence gathering. He was interested in the process of breaking human beings, in discovering exactly how much suffering a person could endure before their mind simply shut down. When Thomas returned from Korea in 1954, he drifted through various jobs before finding his calling with the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad. The security position gave him access to miles of isolated track, abandoned buildings, and the steady stream of transients who used the railroad system as their personal transportation network. Thomas studied their patterns, learned their habits, and began planning the murders that would define the next 30 years of his life. Thomas's first victim was a 19-year-old named Bobby Kessler, who had been riding the rails since aging out of foster care in Oklahoma. Bobby was heading west, dreaming of finding work in California, when Thomas found him sleeping in a boxcar loaded with agricultural equipment. Thomas approached the young man with offers of food and shelter, claiming he knew a safe place where Bobby could rest without being discovered by other railroad personnel. The safe place was an abandoned switching station 20 miles outside Millbrook, a concrete building surrounded by rusted tracks and overgrown weeds. Thomas had been preparing the location for months, installing restraints, soundproofing, and equipment he had acquired through various channels. What happened to Bobby Kessler over the next 18 hours was documented in journals that investigators would later need psychological counseling to read. Thomas wasn't interested in quick kills. He was fascinated by endurance, by how long a human being could survive under extreme conditions. He had medical supplies, stimulants to keep victims conscious, techniques for prolonging suffering that he had learned during his military service. Bobby Kessler lasted longer than Thomas expected, providing valuable data for the research Thomas believed he was conducting into human pain tolerance and psychological breaking points. When Bobby finally died, Thomas disposed of the body using methods he had perfected during his years in the railroad industry. The Colorado landscape was full of abandoned mines, deep ravines, and isolated wilderness areas where human remains could disappear forever. Thomas had mapped dozens of disposal sites, rotating his methods to avoid creating patterns that might attract attention from law enforcement agencies. Over the next 3 decades, Thomas killed 47 people in and around the railroad yards of Colorado and surrounding states. His victims were always transients, always people whose disappearances could be attributed to the dangerous lifestyle of rail-riding hobos. Thomas learned to identify the most vulnerable individuals, those with mental health problems, substance abuse issues, or criminal records that made them reluctant to seek help from authorities. Thomas's method evolved with each killing. He developed techniques for luring victims to his abandoned switching station, created cover stories that explained his presence in remote areas, and established relationships with local law enforcement officers who trusted his reports about suspicious activities in the rail yards. Thomas was seen as a reliable source of information, a dedicated employee who genuinely cared about safety and security along the railroad corridors. The switching station became Thomas's laboratory, equipped with medical instruments, recording equipment, and detailed charts documenting human responses to various forms of trauma. Thomas approached each murder like a scientific experiment, testing hypotheses about pain tolerance, measuring psychological breaking points, and developing theories about human behavior under extreme duress. He believed his work had genuine research value, that future scholars would appreciate his contributions to understanding the limits of human endurance. Between killings, Thomas maintained a completely normal facade. He lived in a modest apartment near the railroad yard, attended church regularly, and was considered a quiet but dependable neighbor. His supervisors praised his dedication to duty, his willingness to work overtime, and his comprehensive knowledge of railroad security procedures. No one suspected that their model employee was systematically hunting human beings like animals. Thomas's downfall came in 1999 when he targeted a victim who had more connections than he realized. Jennifer Nakamura was a college student researching American labor history who had been interviewing railroad workers as part of her master's thesis. When she disappeared after telling friends she planned to explore abandoned sections of the rail system, her family hired private investigators who conducted a more thorough search than local police had managed. The investigators found Jennifer's body in one of Thomas's disposal sites, along with evidence linking her death to similar disappearances dating back decades. When confronted with physical evidence connecting him to multiple murders, Thomas didn't deny his crimes. Instead, he offered to help investigators understand the scope of his work, providing detailed maps of body locations and explaining the scientific principles behind his research methodology. Thomas's confession revealed the existence of 47 victims across 6 states, though investigators suspected the actual number was much higher. Many of the bodies were never recovered due to the remote locations Thomas had chosen for disposal, and some victims were likely never reported missing due to their transient lifestyles. Thomas provided what assistance he could, but decades of exposure to Colorado weather had obliterated most physical evidence. During his trial, Thomas spoke about his crimes with clinical detachment, describing his victims as research subjects rather than human beings. He maintained that his killings served a higher purpose, that his documentation of human suffering under controlled conditions provided valuable insights into psychology and physiology. Expert witnesses testified that Thomas displayed classic symptoms of psychopathy combined with grandiose delusions about the scientific value of his work. Thomas was convicted on multiple counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent his final years on death row at Colorado State Penitentiary, where he continued his research by observing fellow inmates and documenting their behavioral patterns. He filled dozens of notebooks with psychological profiles and statistical analysis, always maintaining that his work would eventually be recognized by academic institutions. On March 8, 2007, Thomas Earl Hutchinson was executed by lethal injection. His last words were a request that his research materials be preserved for future study, a request that was denied by prison officials who instead had all his writings destroyed. The abandoned switching station where he had conducted his experiments was demolished, and the railroad company implemented new security procedures designed to protect transients using their property for shelter. The case of Thomas Hutchinson highlighted the vulnerability of America's homeless population and the ease with which predators could exploit their isolation from mainstream society. His victims were remembered not just for the horror of their deaths, but for the lives they had been trying to rebuild when they encountered a man who saw them as nothing more than subjects for his twisted research into the nature of human suffering. The antique shop on Beacon Street in Providence, Rhode Island, had been in the Cromwell family for 4 generations, specializing in estate sales and rare collectibles that drew customers from across New England. Eleanor Cromwell was the shop's current proprietor, a cultured woman in her 60s who could discuss the provenance of Georgian silver or the authenticity of colonial furniture with equal expertise. What customers didn't realize was that Eleanor had been systematically murdering elderly clients for their valuable possessions, then selling those same items back through her legitimate business. Eleanor wasn't motivated by simple greed. She had inherited substantial wealth, along with the antique shop, and her financial needs were modest. What drove her was something deeper, an obsession with beautiful objects that had been loved and cherished by their owners. Eleanor believed that when people died, their possessions became orphaned, and she saw herself as a kind of mercy killer who could reunite precious objects with someone who would truly appreciate their value. Eleanor Whitman Cromwell was born in 1932 into Providence high society, raised in a mansion filled with priceless antiques, and taught from childhood to appreciate craftsmanship, beauty, and historical significance. Her parents were collectors who traveled the world, acquiring rare pieces, and Eleanor learned to evaluate art and furniture with the same precision other children applied to mathematics or reading. By age 10, she could identify the maker of a piece of pottery from across a room, spot forgeries that fooled professional appraisers, and explain the historical context of objects that museums coveted. After graduating from Radcliffe with degrees in art history and business, Eleanor returned to Providence to help manage the family shop. She had a natural talent for identifying undervalued pieces in estate sales, developing relationships with elderly collectors who trusted her expertise, and creating an atmosphere where customers felt comfortable discussing their most prized possessions. Eleanor was genuinely interested in the stories behind each object, the memories and emotions that owners associated with their treasures. Eleanor's first murder wasn't planned, at least not consciously. In 1967, she was called to appraise the contents of a mansion belonging to Mrs. Constance Hartford, a 90-year-old widow who had decided to sell her collection and move to a nursing home. During their consultation, Mrs. Hartford showed Eleanor a collection of Tiffany glass that was museum quality, pieces that represented decades of careful collecting and substantial financial investment. Mrs. Hartford mentioned casually that she had no living relatives, that the glass collection would probably be sold to pay for her nursing home care, that she worried the pieces would be separated and end up with owners who didn't understand their significance. Eleanor listened with growing fascination, seeing an opportunity to preserve the collection's integrity while eliminating what she viewed as an obstacle to proper stewardship of beautiful objects. Eleanor returned to Mrs. Hartford's house the following evening with a bottle of wine laced with digitalis she had extracted from foxglove plants in her garden. She spent hours listening to stories about each piece in the collection, learning about the circumstances of acquisition and the memories associated with different objects. When Mrs. Hartford finally succumbed to the poison, Eleanor felt she had provided a service, allowing the elderly woman to die surrounded by her beloved possessions, while ensuring those objects would find a more appreciative home. Eleanor staged the scene to look like natural death, positioning Mrs. Hartford in her favorite chair with a book and a cup of tea. The death was attributed to heart failure, and Eleanor was named as the estate appraiser who would handle the sale of the deceased's possessions. She acquired the Tiffany collection at a fraction of its market value, then spent months researching each piece and finding buyers who would treasure them properly. The success of her first murder convinced Eleanor that she had discovered her true calling. Over the next 28 years, she killed 36 elderly collectors, always people who had no close family members and whose deaths would appear natural. Eleanor developed expertise in various poisons and learned to select methods that would be appropriate for each victim's health status and medical history. Eleanor's victims were chosen through her professional network of estate sale customers, auction attendees, and fellow collectors. She identified elderly people with valuable possessions who were isolated, vulnerable, and likely to trust her expertise and friendship. Eleanor would spend months cultivating relationships with potential victims, learning about their collections and their personal circumstances before deciding whether they met her criteria for elimination. The murders themselves were always conducted with elaborate ritual. Eleanor would arrive with carefully selected poison, usually plant-based toxins that would cause deaths resembling natural cardiac or respiratory failure. She would spend the victims' final hours discussing their collections, allowing them to share stories about favorite pieces and express their concerns about what would happen to their treasures after death. Eleanor saw these conversations as sacred, moments when she was absorbing the spiritual essence of objects, along with the practical knowledge of their history. After each murder, Eleanor would acquire the victim's collection through her position as estate appraiser or through legitimate purchase from unsuspecting heirs. She had developed relationships with probate attorneys, nursing home administrators, and social workers who trusted her to handle estate sales fairly and professionally. No one suspected that the refined antique dealer was actually orchestrating the deaths that created her business opportunities. Eleanor's shop became a showcase for objects taken from her victims, though she was careful to wait appropriate periods before displaying obviously recognizable pieces. She developed an international network of dealers and collectors who appreciated her ability to locate rare items, and her reputation for discovering undervalued treasures attracted customers from around the world. Eleanor took pride in matching objects with owners who would appreciate their beauty and historical significance. Between murders, Eleanor was a pillar of Providence society. She served on museum boards, donated to charitable causes, and was frequently consulted by insurance companies and auction houses who needed expert opinions on valuable objects. Her shop was featured in antique magazines, and she was considered one of New England's most knowledgeable dealers in colonial and Victorian decorative arts. Eleanor's downfall came in 1995 when she targeted a victim whose death attracted more attention than she had anticipated. Professor Emeritus Dr. Margaret Thornton owned a collection of rare books and manuscripts that Eleanor coveted, including several items that belonged in major libraries rather than private hands. When Dr. Thornton died suddenly, after mentioning plans to donate her collection to Brown University, the institution launched an investigation to ensure their potential acquisition wasn't lost to other buyers. The investigation revealed inconsistencies in Dr. Thornton's estate sale, including the disappearance of several items that had been documented in insurance records but weren't included in the inventory handled by Eleanor's shop. When investigators examined other recent estate sales Eleanor had managed, they found similar patterns of missing high-value items and elderly clients who had died shortly after expressing interest in donating their collections to institutions. Eleanor was arrested in her shop, surrounded by objects that had once belonged to her victims. She showed no surprise when the officers arrived, as if she had been expecting them. During her interrogation, Eleanor spoke about her crimes with the same passionate expertise she brought to discussing antiques. She described each murder as an act of preservation, a way of ensuring that beautiful objects would be properly cared for rather than abandoned or dispersed. Eleanor's trial revealed the scope of her crimes and the methodical way she had used her professional reputation to identify and eliminate victims. Expert witnesses testified about her extensive knowledge of poisons, her ability to manipulate probate proceedings, and her systematic approach to acquiring collections from people she had murdered. The prosecution argued that Eleanor had perverted her genuine love of beautiful objects into justification for systematic murder. Eleanor was convicted on 36 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. She spent her remaining years in solitary confinement, where she continued studying art history and writing detailed descriptions of objects she remembered from her victims' collections. She maintained until her death that her actions had preserved important cultural artifacts that might otherwise have been lost or neglected. She died in her cell in 2009, found peacefully in her bed with sketches of antique objects covering her walls and notebooks filled with detailed descriptions of pieces she would never see again. Her final journal entry read, "Beauty deserves better stewards than those who see it merely as inheritance. I provided that stewardship, even if others cannot understand the necessity of my methods." The case of Eleanor Cromwell shocked Providence's art and antique community, forcing dealers and collectors to re-examine their relationships with elderly clients and their approach to estate sales. Her shop was closed permanently, its inventory distributed to museums and legitimate dealers who could verify proper provenance. But the shadow of her crimes continues to haunt New England's antique trade, a reminder that even the most refined cultural pursuits can mask the darkest of human impulses. The milk delivery truck made its rounds through Riverside Heights, every Tuesday and Thursday morning at exactly 7:15 a.m., and housewives across the suburban neighborhood had come to depend on Chester Millwood's punctual service. He was polite, efficient, and never forgot their standing orders. 2% for the Hendersons, whole milk for the family with young children on Oak Street, buttermilk for Mrs. Patterson, who claimed it helped her arthritis. What they didn't know was that Chester had been selecting certain customers for special treatment, adding compounds to their milk bottles that would cause slow, agonizing deaths over the course of several weeks. Chester wasn't born with murder in his veins. He entered the world in 1944 in Dayton, Ohio, the son of a factory worker and a seamstress who struggled to make ends meet during the Depression. His childhood was marked by poverty, but not abuse, neglect, but not cruelty. Chester was a quiet boy who preferred solitude to social interaction, spending hours in the basement, tinkering with chemistry sets and conducting experiments on insects he captured in mason jars. By age 12, Chester had progressed from insects to neighborhood pets, always careful to make their deaths appear accidental. A cat found dead from apparent poisoning, a dog that succumbed to mysterious illness. Chester learned early that people rarely questioned natural-seeming deaths, especially when the victims were animals that might have eaten something toxic while roaming freely. After high school, Chester took a job with Riverside Dairy, where his methodical nature and reliable schedule made him a favorite among customers and supervisors alike. The job gave him access to hundreds of homes, intimate knowledge of family routines, and the perfect delivery system for whatever substances he chose to introduce into people's lives. Chester's first human victim was Mrs. Dorothy Kemp, a 78-year-old widow who lived alone on Maple Street. Mrs. Kemp had made the mistake of complaining to the dairy about Chester's prices, suggesting that his routes were inefficient and that customers deserved better service for their money. Chester took the criticism as a personal attack requiring immediate response. The next Tuesday, Mrs. Kemp's milk contained traces of thallium, a tasteless, odorless poison that Chester had acquired through industrial supply contacts he'd cultivated over the years. The toxin worked slowly, causing symptoms that mimicked common ailments in elderly people: fatigues, confusion, digestive problems. Mrs. Kemp's doctor attributed her declining health to age and stress, never suspecting that her trusted milkman was systematically destroying her nervous system with each delivery. Mrs. Kemp died 3 weeks later, her passing attributed to natural causes by a physician who had no reason to suspect poisoning. Chester attended the funeral, expressing appropriate condolences to distant relatives who remembered him as the helpful young man who had always been so considerate of their aunt's needs. No one questioned why he knew so much about Mrs. Kemp's final weeks, why he seemed so knowledgeable about her symptoms and suffering. The killing gave Chester something he had never experienced before: absolute control over another person's existence, the power to determine not just when someone would die, but how they would experience their final days on Earth. He began planning his next murder before Mrs. Kemp was even buried, already selecting his target from among the customers who had somehow offended or disappointed him. Over the next 18 years, Chester killed 29 people using his milk delivery route as the perfect cover for systematic poisoning. His victims were chosen carefully from among his regular customers, people who had complained about service, questioned his prices, or simply failed to show appropriate appreciation for his reliability and dedication. Chester saw himself as providing a valuable service to the community by eliminating ungrateful and difficult individuals. Chester's poisons varied depending on the victim and the effect he wanted to achieve. Sometimes, he used arsenic for its classic symptoms that could be mistaken for food poisoning or stomach flu. Other times, he employed mercury compounds that would cause neurological deterioration resembling dementia or stroke. For victims he particularly disliked, Chester would use combinations of toxins that would cause prolonged suffering before death finally provided relief. The beauty of Chester's method was its invisibility and respectability. Milk was a wholesome product that people consumed daily without suspicion. Chester's position as a trusted service provider gave him legitimate access to victims' homes and routines. Most importantly, the slow-acting nature of his chosen poisons meant that symptoms would develop gradually, appearing to be natural illnesses rather than deliberate murder. Chester kept detailed records of each poisoning in a ledger, disguised as customer service notes. Each entry documented the victim's name, the poison used, the dosage administered, and the timeline of symptoms observed during subsequent deliveries. Chester rated each killing based on efficiency, artistic merit, and the victim's level of suffering. To anyone who might accidentally see the ledger, it appeared to be nothing more than a conscientious employee's notes, model employee and neighbor. He never about customer preferences and service issues. Between murders, Chester was in perfect condition and was missed a delivery, always maintained his truck unfailingly polite to customers and co-workers alike. His supervisors considered him their most reliable driver, someone who could be trusted with the most demanding routes and difficult customers. Chester took pride in his reputation for excellent service, seeing it as validation of his superior character and professional dedication. Chester's downfall came in 1988 when he made the mistake of targeting a victim with medical knowledge that his previous targets had lacked. Dr. Patricia Reynolds was a retired physician who had moved to Riverside Heights to enjoy a quiet retirement. When Chester decided that Dr. Reynolds was too demanding about delivery times and too critical of the dairy's pricing policies, he began adding cadmium compounds to her milk supply. Dr. Reynolds recognized her symptoms as heavy metal poisoning rather than the natural illness Chester had intended to simulate. She immediately sought treatment at a major medical center where sophisticated testing revealed dangerous levels of cadmium in her blood. The discovery triggered an investigation that eventually traced the poisoning back to her milk supply and led investigators to examine other unexplained deaths in the neighborhood. When authorities searched Chester's apartment, they found his laboratory, his supply of various poisons, and his detailed ledger documenting nearly 2 decades of systematic murder. Chester didn't resist arrest or attempt to deny his crimes. Instead, he seemed almost relieved to finally discuss his work with people who might appreciate the skill and dedication required to carry out such an elaborate operation. During his confession, Chester spoke about his victims with the same professional pride he had once brought to discussing milk delivery routes and customer service procedures. He described their deaths as necessary corrections to the social order, eliminations of ungrateful and troublesome individuals who had failed to appreciate the services provided by hardworking people like himself. Chester was convicted on 29 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 11 years on death row, where he continued his chemical research by observing the effects of various medications on fellow inmates and documenting their behavioral changes in notebooks that were regularly confiscated by prison officials. He maintained until his execution that his killings had improved the quality of life in Riverside Heights by removing difficult and unappreciative residents. On June 3, 1999, Chester Millwood was executed by lethal injection. His last meal was a glass of milk and a piece of apple pie, and his final words were a complaint about the quality of the prison's dairy products. The Riverside Dairy Company implemented new security procedures and background check requirements for all employees, though they never publicly acknowledged the connection between their former driver and the neighborhood murders. Today, Riverside Heights remains a quiet suburban community, but longtime residents still remember the years when Chester Millwood delivered more than milk to their doorsteps. Some families moved away after learning about his crimes, unable to live in homes where death had been served with breakfast every Tuesday and Thursday morning. Others stayed but never again trusted the simple pleasure of cold milk with their morning coffee, always wondering what other seemingly innocent services might hide such calculated evil. The lighthouse keeper's daughter on Gull's Rest Island had been missing for 3 days when the Coast Guard finally received permission to search the isolated station. 43-year-old Ezra Blackthorne had been tending the beacon alone since his wife died in a boating accident 2 years earlier, and his 17-year-old daughter Sarah was his only companion in the windswept isolation of the Maine coast. When Sarah failed to respond to radio calls and Ezra's reports became increasingly erratic, authorities grew concerned about the welfare of both residents. What they found inside the lighthouse quarters was a scene that would haunt investigators for decades. Sarah's body was discovered in the basement, carefully arranged on a makeshift altar surrounded by maritime charts and nautical instruments. But the true horror lay in Ezra's meticulous journal entries, which revealed that Sarah was merely the latest victim in a killing spree that had been going on for over 15 years. Ezra Tobias Blackthorne was born in 1947 in a fishing village where lighthouse keeping was considered an honorable but lonely profession. His father had tended the same beacon for 30 years, and Ezra grew up understanding the isolation, the responsibility, and the strange psychological effects of spending months at a time with only the sea for company. What his father didn't understand was that Ezra had been using those long periods of solitude to develop fantasies about power and control that would eventually require human subjects to satisfy. After taking over the lighthouse duties in 1975, Ezra married a local woman named Catherine, who seemed willing to embrace the isolated lifestyle that lighthouse keeping demanded. For several years, they lived peacefully on Gull's Rest Island, maintaining the beacon and providing assistance to vessels navigating the treacherous coastal waters. Catherine even gave birth to Sarah in 1978, creating what appeared to be a stable family unit, adapted to life at the edge of civilization. But Ezra's true nature began to emerge as the isolation took its toll on his psychological stability. He started experiencing what he called visions, elaborate fantasies about ancient maritime rituals that supposedly required blood sacrifice to ensure safe passage for ships. Ezra convinced himself that these visions were communications from the sea itself, instructions for ceremonies that would protect vessels from the rocky shoals that surrounded Gull's Rest Island. Ezra's first victim was a stranded sailor named Marcus Chen, whose boat had been damaged in a storm in 1983. Marcus radioed the lighthouse for assistance and was told to come ashore for temporary shelter while Coast Guard rescue could be arranged. Instead of providing aid, Ezra overpowered the exhausted sailor and dragged him to a hidden chamber beneath the lighthouse that he had been preparing for months. What happened to Marcus Chen over the next 18 hours was documented in Ezra's journal with ritualistic precision. Ezra believed that maritime spirits required specific ceremonies involving prolonged suffering and eventual death by drowning in seawater he had blessed according to procedures he claimed to have learned through his mystical visions. Marcus died screaming as Ezra held his head underwater in a basin while chanting what he believed were ancient nautical incantations. Ezra disposed of Marcus's body by weighting it down and dropping it into deep water on the far side of Gull's Rest Island. The sailor's disappearance was attributed to the storm that had damaged his boat, and rescue efforts were eventually abandoned when no trace of him could be found. Ezra's report about providing assistance to a distressed vessel was accepted without question by Coast Guard officials who had no reason to suspect the reliable lighthouse keeper of any wrongdoing. Over the next 12 years, Ezra killed 11 more people using his lighthouse position to lure victims into his ritualistic trap. Stranded boaters, Coast Guard personnel conducting routine inspections, supply boat crews who came ashore during bad weather, anyone who found themselves alone with Ezra on Gull's Rest Island was in mortal danger of becoming part of his twisted maritime ceremonies. Ezra's wife, Catherine, became suspicious of her husband's increasingly strange behavior around 1990, particularly his obsession with nautical history and his claims about receiving supernatural guidance for lighthouse operations. When she threatened to report her concerns to authorities, Ezra decided that she too required ritualistic elimination to protect his sacred mission. Catherine's death was staged to look like a boating accident. Her body never recovered from the supposedly rough seas where Ezra claimed she had been thrown from their small craft. With Catherine gone, Ezra's relationship with his daughter Sarah became increasingly disturbed. He began indoctrinating her into his belief system, teaching her about the maritime spirits that supposedly guided their family's lighthouse duties. Sarah was isolated from outside contact, educated entirely by her father, using materials that emphasized oceanic mythology and ritualistic practices that Ezra claimed were essential for proper beacon maintenance. These are the killers history forgot, the monsters who never made headlines, the predators who slip through the cracks of time and memory. They didn't seek fame or recognition. They didn't taunt police or leave cryptic messages. They simply killed, methodically and quietly, leaving behind trails of bodies and broken lives that were often attributed to accidents, natural causes, or random misfortune. What makes these cases so disturbing isn't just the brutality of their crimes, but the ease with which they operated in plain sight. They were neighbors, co-workers, trusted community members who wore masks of normalcy while conducting experiments in human suffering. They remind us that evil doesn't always announce itself with dramatic gestures or obvious warning signs. Sometimes it wears a friendly smile, carries a clipboard, and offers to help. The victims of these forgotten killers deserved better than to be reduced to statistics or case files gathering dust in archives. They were real people with real lives, dreams, and families who loved them. Their stories matter, even if their killers' names have faded from public memory. Sweet dreams.